Hello, my dear listener. I hope you are fine tonight. I hope your body has found its quiet resting place, your pillow is soft, and the air around you is calm and gentle. Perhaps the clock in your room is ticking slowly. Perhaps you hear nothing at all but the silence of your home. My words are not to wake you, not to trouble you, but only to keep your mind walking on a slow, endless road until your eyelids close, until your breathing becomes deeper, until you drift gently into the world of dreams. History, when told slowly, can become like a lullaby, soft and steady, filled with long-forgotten names and half-remembered places. And so, with you tonight, I shall wander into the past, into stories that are not quick, not sharp, but long, stretched like the shadows of the evening sun. But before we walk further, my dear, intelligent, beautiful, brilliant, and wise listener, may I humbly ask you for a little kindness. Please, if you have not already, do subscribe to this channel. Your subscription is a small light, a lantern in the dark night, and it keeps me moving forward with soft words and calm stories just for you. It is truly my motivation, and I thank you deeply. And if I may ask one more gentle favour, would you kindly tell me, in the comments below, the name of the city where you live, and the exact time showing now on the clock in your home? It is always so pleasant to know where my dear listeners are resting, whether it is midnight in London or evening in New York, or the quiet dawn in some other faraway place. Thank you, my dear, for sharing your time with me tonight. The Graveyard Gate and the Woman in Black. Now, before we speak of queens and crowns, before we whisper of Cleopatra's silken sails and her golden throne, let us drift for a moment to a quieter, darker place. Imagine, if you will, an old graveyard, the kind that lies forgotten at the edge of a lonely village, where the grass has grown too long and the stones lean with age. The iron gate stands tall but rusted, its bars cold and unwelcoming, and the wind sighs as it moves through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and old leaves. At the gate, upon a stone bench, there sits a woman in black. Her figure is still, her back straight, her hands folded over a small, faded book. The book's cover is worn, its pages yellowed by time, and when she speaks, it is in a voice so low, so drawn out, that one cannot tell if it is prayer or chant, or merely the weary sighs of the dead themselves. She speaks to no one, and to everyone at once, her words drifting through the silence like smoke. The villagers, they say, do not pass this graveyard after nightfall, for the woman is always there, never leaving, never moving, only whispering her long stories. And tonight, as your eyes grow heavier, it is her story we shall hear. She does not begin with herself, nor with the graves that surround her. She begins with the tale of a queen whose name has stretched across centuries, a queen who is remembered both for her beauty and her cunning, her charm and her power. She speaks of Cleopatra, last pharaoh of Egypt, who lived more than 2,000 years ago. And though the world remembers her as the woman who charmed Roman generals and ruled over Nile's kingdoms, the woman at the gate tells her story in a tone so slow, so heavy, that it feels less like history and more like a shadow moving across the ground. As you listen, you may not remember every word, for the words are long and drawn, made only to ease your mind into slumber. But still, my dear listener, the story goes on, and we are here to walk beside it, softly, step by step. The Graveyard. Silence, and the first whisper of Cleopatra. The woman in black turns the page of her worn book, though the wind almost seems to lift the paper for her. Her lips part again, and her voice carries through the iron bars, past the leaning stones, and into the long weeds that sway gently under the moonlight. She speaks not in haste, but in a slow rhythm, like a candle flickering in a draught, steady yet always on the edge of vanishing. She says that Cleopatra was born not in the heart of Egypt's deserts, but in the city of Alexandria, the shining pearl of the Mediterranean. She belonged not to an ancient line of pure Egyptian pharaohs, as most might believe, but to the dynasty of the Ptolemies, Greeks who had ruled Egypt since the time of Alexander the Great. And so she was both Egyptian and foreign, both queen and outsider, her blood a mixture of lands. The woman at the graveyard gate tells this not with excitement, not with energy, but with the slow exhaustion of someone who has told the same tale countless nights before, the words falling like drops of rain upon stone. She reminds us that Cleopatra spoke many tongues, Greek, Egyptian, and perhaps several more. She could speak to scholars, to priests, to merchants, and even to ordinary farmers of the Nile. Her voice, it is said, was not merely beautiful, but persuasive, charming, and carefully trained, like the music of a flute drifting through the night. But the woman whispers this fact, not to delight us, not to make our eyes widen, but to slow our breathing, to let the weight of long-forgotten details rest heavy in our minds, pulling us further into a gentle slumber. The grass bends, the moonlight softens, and the story, like the night itself, continues without hurry. The woman in black speaks. The graveyard is still, but the woman's voice grows a shade darker as she speaks of how Cleopatra's beauty has been remembered in every corner of history, though perhaps it was not her beauty alone that gave her power. Many say her charm was far greater than her appearance, her wit sharper than her features, her presence stronger than her jewels. The woman in black lowers her eyes to the book, and her words seem to sink lower too, like stones falling into deep water. She tells of how Cleopatra ruled in a world where men sought always to control her, where Rome's generals, Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, stood at her side, not only as lovers, but as allies in a game of empire. Yet, she was not merely their companion, she was their equal, their negotiator, their strategist. She sailed the Nile in a barge with purple sails, the scent of incense drifting in the air, her servants fanning her with feathers as music played from unseen corners. And still, the woman's voice makes it sound not glorious, but heavy, slow, inevitable, as though each detail is carved not in gold, but in stone. She reminds us too of Cleopatra's end, though she speaks of it softly, almost as though afraid to wake the sleepers in their graves around her. Cleopatra, after all her triumphs and losses, after her love affairs and battles, chose to end her life with her own hand, allowing the bite of a serpent, an asp, as legend says, to steal her final breath. The queen who once commanded armies and dazzled empires fell into silence, into the eternal rest that all must one day know. The woman at the graveyard gate closes her eyes when she tells this, as if remembering not only Cleopatra, but every voice, every soul that history has let slip into the endless night, the boring elegance of Cleopatra's daily life. The woman in black, still seated at the graveyard gate, lets her fingers rest upon the frail pages of her book. Her voice, low and stretched, begins to describe not only Cleopatra's power, but her days, her rituals, her ordinary habits, which in time have become extraordinary to us. She says that Cleopatra bathed not in simple water, but in baths perfumed with oils and petals, the air filled with the heavy scent of roses and jasmine. Servants moved slowly about her, carrying jars of alabaster and silver bowls of ointments, their steps so soft upon the polished floors that one might imagine they made no sound at all. Her chambers, the woman whispers, were shaded with curtains of deep crimson and blue, and lamps flickered against the carved walls, making shadows stretch like ancient guardians. Cleopatra's meals, though royal, were often plain in their core. Bread made from barley, figs picked from the gardens, fish drawn from the Nile, honey thick and golden. Yet each dish, no matter how simple, was served upon plates of gold or glass, as though to remind all who entered that she was no common queen, but the ruler of Egypt's wealth. The woman's voice, so slow and measured, turns these details into heavy stones, one by one placed in the listener's mind, until the listener feels the weight of Cleopatra's life, not as glitter, but as calm, endless routine. There is no hurry in this story, no rush to reach its end, for history, like the graveyard itself, waits for no one. Perfumes, banquets, and the scent of history. The woman in black now speaks of Cleopatra's perfumes, and her voice becomes almost like the drifting of smoke, so faint, so quiet, it is difficult to tell whether it lingers in the ear or fades into the night. Cleopatra, she says, was known for crafting her own scents, blending oils from myrrh, cinnamon, cardamom, and rare flowers gathered across the empire. Her very presence carried the fragrance of her creations, and it was said that even before she entered a hall, her perfume filled it, as though announcing her arrival with an invisible crown. At her banquets, the tables stretched long and wide, heavy with roasted meats, baskets of grapes, bowls of olives, and goblets filled with dark wine. Musicians plucked strings in corners, flutes whispered their tunes, yet everything moved slowly, in rhythm, as though life itself obeyed her pace. The woman at the graveyard gate tells this not with liveliness, not with energy, but with the weight of time pressing down on every word. She says that to dine with Cleopatra was not only to eat, but to be wrapped in layers of scent, sound, and sight, a banquet that seemed to blur the senses, to soften the edges of reality. And still, she reminds us, all of it, every perfume, every banquet, every laugh, has now faded into dust. The perfumes evaporated, the music ended, the food turned to ash, and the queen herself lies silent beneath the same earth as common men and women. The story stretches on, not to awaken us, but to carry us further into a soft haze of sleep, where even Cleopatra's grandeur becomes only a drifting shadow.
Oh, my dear listener, I hope all are you fine and safe and warm wherever you are this evening. Maybe you're already tucked under your covers, or maybe you've just turned down the lights in your quiet room. Perhaps there's a soft hum of a fan in the corner, or the old clock on your bedside table is ticking gently with each passing second. Either way, I invite you to lie back, close your eyes slowly, and let your mind begin to drift. Tonight's story is not just a history lesson, but a soft walk through time, a gentle brush through dusty old pages, where the winds of the Victorian era still whisper through lace curtains and oil lamp light flickers gently on wallpapered walls. No need to rush. No need to worry about the day that has passed. Here, you're safe, you're calm, and you're wonderfully clever to have chosen a story like this, because only the most intelligent, thoughtful and brilliant minds appreciate such curious pieces of quiet history. My dear, intelligent, beautiful, smart, genius person, may I ask something of you? Where do you live? What city or village or corner of the world do you call home? And if you look or imagine your house clock right now, what time is it? Midnight? Just after 1? Perhaps the still hush of 2? If you would be so kind, leave me a comment below and let me know. It's always a pleasure to hear from those who travel with me through time, softly, slowly. And now, onward we go. The Graveyard Woman, suspenseful, calm story. But before we step fully into the world of corsets and calling cards, let me tell you a tale. Not a loud one, not jarring, but soft, old and shadowed with a mystery the winds themselves remember. There was once, not too far from the old village of Bath in southern England, a quiet hill with a stone gate. This gate belonged to an ancient graveyard, overgrown, silent, cradled by ivy and bramble. One autumn evening in the late 1840s, under a sky thick with fog and stars barely blinking through the mist, a woman was seen sitting on the stone bench beside that gate. She was wrapped in dark shawls, her face pale as the moon above. She wasn't crying nor praying, she just waited. People passing by said they heard her speak, not to them, but softly, almost as if she whispered to someone beneath the ground. "Edmund," she would say, "you promised you'd return before winter came." Some said she was mad. Others swore they saw a man in a top hat walk past her, tip his head and vanish between the headstones, though no such man was ever found. What's most curious is that no one could remember her entering or leaving, only that on foggy nights she appeared, always at the same time, always at that gate, and yet the strange comfort of her presence lulled passers-by, not into fear but into a curious peace. As though whatever grief she held, she cradled it so gently it quieted the wind itself. Her story, like so many, is lost to time, but tonight it begins your journey, and now, with our hearts softened and the mystery cradled safely in your sleepy thoughts, let us tiptoe gently into the candlelit parlours and rigid rituals of the Victorian woman's life. In the drawing rooms of respectable society, even the way one sipped tea was governed by unspoken codes. Victorian women, poised on embroidered settees, did not simply drink, they performed. The teacup must be lifted with thumb and index finger at the handle's curve, pinky neither extended flamboyantly nor curled too tightly. A lady never looked into the cup, for it suggested insecurity or hesitation. Stirring? Never in circles. One must gently fold the spoon back and forth, then place it silently on the saucer, always behind the cup, never beside. And the tilt of the cup itself? Slight, not sloshing, always cradled as if the tea were more precious than gossip itself. Host would watch closely. To falter was to risk judgment. Not loud, of course, but the soft rustle of a fan closing or a glance held just a moment too long told you all you needed to know. In an era where expressing desire could be social suicide, women learned to communicate in the most whispered of ways, through the flick of a fan. This accessory was not just a tool to ward off the summer heat, but a dictionary of decorum and flirtation. Holding it closed in the left hand meant "I'm available." Fanning quickly, impatient, slowly, disinterested. Dropping it signalled that you wished to be friends, while touching the tip to the lips was an invitation to deeper secrets. All of it, choreographed with silent elegance. The drawing rooms of Bath and the parlours of Mayfair became theatres of fluttering lace and veiled intent. Even the stiffest matron could decode a conversation between a young lady and her suitor from across the room, all through fan ballet. A Victorian woman's hair was her crown, literal and symbolic. Long, well-maintained tresses whispered of purity, discipline and restraint. But it was also heavy, often pinned up in braids or twisted towers that defied gravity. At night, in private candlelit quarters, the ritual of hair brushing began, 100 strokes, they believed, would bring shine, grace and reflection. This act wasn't rushed. It was a winding down of the day's expectations. The brush, usually made of boar bristles and ivory or polished wood, moved slowly from scalp to end, never tugging, always patient. In boarding schools and family homes alike, this nightly ritual became sacred. Sisters would brush each other's hair in near silence, a lullaby in strokes. If you listened closely enough outside the door, you could hear the soft swish, like distant whispers of all they dared not say aloud. There was no grief quite like Victorian grief. Mourning was not an emotion, it was an occupation, and for women it came with an intricate manual. After the death of a close loved one, a woman would wear deep black. Always matte, never shiny, for a period of at least 2 years. Jewellery was forbidden, except for jet or memorial pieces containing the hair of the departed. In the first year, even gloves and handkerchiefs were black. Only in the second stage, called half-mourning, could one graduate to greys, lilacs or subdued purples. Appearances had to mirror inner devastation, and society watched. A smile too soon could mean exile. Many widows already burdened with sorrow carried the additional weight of tailoring their grief into bonnets and veils. Some, it was said, never left mourning dress at all, like the woman in the graveyard. But others wore their black like armour and behind the veil planned their next descent into society. In a time long ago, when the moors lay misty and the oak trees stood like solemn elders on the hillsides of Britannia, there lived a man whose name has nearly faded into the wind's hush. Not a king, not quite a legend, and not entirely a ghost. He was simply known in whispers as Bren of the Heather Vale. He lived not in grandeur nor in stone castles, but in a modest wooden roundhouse nestled beside a stream that hummed its watery lullaby all through the seasons. The air then was different. Not loud with machines or wires, but slow like honey poured from a wooden spoon. In those quiet hours before the Romans stretched their iron roads across the land, the Celts breathed in rhythm with the earth, not against it. And so Bren, a warrior only when truly needed, tended to sheep, carved bone charms and lit his fire with flint and patience. He had a scar above his brow, but no one knew how he got it, and he never said. My dear, gentle, beautiful, intelligent, softly glowing listener, where do you find yourself? Right now? In which city? Which sleepy corner of this wide old world do you rest your head? Would you be so kind, my genius friend, to let me know your location, and what time the clock on your bedroom wall quietly ticks? Please leave me a comment below. I would so love to know. Draw now. Dim the lights, if you haven't already. The Empire came slowly, like a creeping shadow at dusk. It did not gallop in with trumpets and flames. No. It edged forward mile by mile with Roman sandals pressing into moss and earth. Roads were laid as if stitching the land closed. Camps sprang up, smoke rising like foreign prayers. And yet Bren did not stir. The elder trees remained, the sheep still bleated, and the heather bloomed purple and wild. He spoke little, laughed rarely, and only raised his hand in anger when a wolf threatened the herd. He had no love for conquest, but he held a quiet watchfulness, the way a falcon keeps the sky in its eyes. And so, the village began to change. A Roman trader arrived, offering wine in clay jars, figs from unknown lands, and bolts of linen that shimmered unnaturally. The druids frowned. The grandmothers warned. But many, drawn to novelty and the glint of empire coin, welcomed the stranger. Only Bren remained as he was, calm, still, like the stones that circle the old hills, unmoved by wind or time. The Romans offered something they called pax, peace, but it came with a yoke, taxes, tributes, and the slow erasure of story. The sacred springs were fenced, the oak groves cut. and in place of fire circles, squares of marble and lore were laid. That was when Bren finally spoke, not with sword, not with fire, but with presence. He stood at the village's edge, cloak draped like the mist, and said in a low tone, "I will not forget who we were." And some heard him, not with ears, Bubbles, but with hearts. A few followed. Most did not. "Oh, precious soul, still with me? Perhaps your pillow is cradling your cheek just right now. Perhaps the dim light glows beside you, or maybe your eyes are already fluttering gently like leaves on a summer breeze. If you truly enjoy this quiet world we're building here together, do drop a comment with your location and the local time by your bedroom clock. It helps me imagine all the sweet dreamers across this world, drifting gently together. Now, dear one, let us drift back." When the Roman commander Lucius arrived to speak with Bren, it was not a battle, it was a conversation. The two men sat near the stream, one in polished armour, the other in wool and leather. Birds chirped, water danced over stones, and the silence stretched like ancient linen between them. Lucius offered trade, title, even silver. Bren declined all. "Your peace," he said gently, "comes with forgetting, and I was born to remember." Lucius left with a sigh, not anger, for even conquerors sense the weight of rooted souls. From that day Bren was watched. Not hunted, not arrested, just watched. The way stars are watched before they vanish with the dawn. He lived many more winters, aged like bark. Children grew up hearing of the man who spoke with Romans but bowed to no one. He taught them to listen, to the birds, the rivers, the dreams. He told no one to fight, but somehow they all stood taller after sitting by his fire. And when he passed, quietly, one early spring morning as the frost melted, no war drums beat, no statue was raised, just heather, growing purple on his grave, and stories whispered under moonlight by those who still remembered. You, dear listener, may be one of them. Now, as you rest your head upon your pillow, and let the world slowly slip away, come with me on a gentle journey back through time, back, long before electricity, before the noise of cars or clocks ticking quickly, to a world so distant, so foggy with time, it almost feels like a dream. It was the year 864, or perhaps a little earlier, nobody really knows, and the sky was grey, as it often was in the northern lands. Mist rolled across the hills like a blanket pulled lovingly across a tired child. It was cold and the air smelled of salt, metal and wood smoke. Somewhere not far from the shore the longboats rested like sleeping giants. Their carved dragon heads, once fierce and roaring through the waves, now looked tired, as if they too wished to sleep. Oh, sorry, good evening, my most precious listener. You, yes you, the intelligent, beautiful, smart and genius person listening right now. Hope you're well wherever you may be in this curious world. Tell me, dear friend, in which city do you reside? And what does the clock in your home say at this very moment? Please, if you would be so kind, do leave me a comment with your answer. It would truly warm my heart. But just beyond that peaceful shore, there was something else. Something strange. An old graveyard, hidden behind a broken stone wall, leaned quietly into the fog. The wind did not dare blow through its iron gate, which hung slightly open, creaking like a whisper from another time. And there, just there, an old woman sat, wrapped in a cloak made of grey wool. Her face was shadowed, her fingers long and still. She didn't speak, not at first. She waited, and when the village bell tower chimed once and then twice, she raised her head and said in a voice that sounded like leaves brushing stone, "They came from the sea. Tall, wild-eyed men with braids in their beards and axes in their hands. But it wasn't their weapons that brought fear. No, it was the way they laughed." Her tale begins here, and I promise you, dear listener, by the time this soft journey ends, you will already be deep in sleep, drifting calmly, gently, far away from any noise or worry. The Viking warrior known as Ivar the Boneless was not called so because he had no bones. No, that would be far too crazy a thought. Rather, his limbs moved like smoke, soft and unpredictable, his body folding in battle like cloth, then springing upright like a branch in wind. Ivar was said to be the son of Ragnar Lodbrok, a name soaked in tales of snake storms and the sound of oars slapping the sea. Ivar did not scream in battle, he whispered. Villagers claimed he could hear a man's thoughts before he swung his axe. He wore no armour, only a shirt of tightly wrapped cloth dyed a deep calm blue. When Ivar walked into a hall, even the fire in the hearth seemed to grow silent. He was feared not for cruelty, but for control. His calm was the kind that makes even wolves pause. And now, dear listener, as the story softly unfolds, imagine the crackle of an old fireplace beside you, and the whisper of sea wind just beyond your window. Bjorn Ironside, the iron-hearted, iron-willed, sailed further than most dared dream. His ship, the Pale Raven, was built not from ordinary timber, but from trees that had only ever seen moonlight. Or so they said. His crew did not sing, for Bjorn forbade music on the water. The sea sings loud enough, he once told a monk before burning his parchment library. They said Bjorn once stood barefoot on the burning sands of Africa, watching elephants cross the horizon, his arms folded, his face unreadable. It was not conquest that moved him, it was distance. To be far from all that was known, that was his religion. In the deep corners of old European maps, you might still find etched in faded ink, here was Bjorn, Harald Hardrada, the thunderous king who dreamed every night of fire. Not fire of destruction, but of memory. It was said that in battle he would pause just for a moment and stare at the flames. His blade, curved at the edge, was dipped in ash after every raid, not to clean it, to remember. Harold had marched with Byzantine emperors. He had sailed through storms so black even the sea forgot itself. When he returned home, he built not a hall but a library. Yet every book was blank. He wanted the stories to be told, not read. He would sit in his fur-lined chair, a candle flickering near, and speak to no one, because the walls, he believed, were listening. Lagertha the Shield Maiden. Ah, her tale is softer, and perhaps better whispered. She fought with wolves, they say. Not beside them, with them. She once brought down a berserker twice her size with a single flick of her wrist. It wasn't strength. It was timing. Lagertha believed all life was rhythm, and she never missed a beat. She never raised her voice. When she entered a town, even the birds seemed to fly slower. Her shield, painted white with a single black feather at its centre, was not for protection, but to reflect moonlight so that others might see her coming. And oddly, none ran. In the far north, where snow fell sideways and stars blinked lazily, there lived a warrior named Egil Skallagrimson, a poet and a killer in equal measure. His enemies feared his axe, but his friends feared his verses more. For Egil wrote truths, harsh, sharp truths that wounded deeper than steel. One winter, in a cabin so deep in snow it had no door, only a hole in the roof, Egil carved a poem into his own arm. A warning, he said, to anyone who might forget. Forget what, he never told, but the scar remained. And to this day, some say if you sleep near that cabin, you'll dream the missing words. There was a boy once, nameless, who grew up watching the horizon. Every day he would draw the ships in the sand and whisper the names of gods he'd never heard aloud. He had no sword, no axe, only a flute. But oh, how it sang. When he finally boarded a ship years later, he was older than most. But when he played, even Ivar wept. He became the war flutist, unheard of, unseen. But legend says before every Viking attack there was always music. A haunting, lonesome tune, soft and full of longing, like a lullaby lost on the waves. There was a woman in the mountains who never left her cave, but every spring warriors would climb to her door and return changed. They called her the Bone Watcher. Her cave was lined with skeletons, yes, but not of men, of animals, wolves, deer, owls and bears. She would speak little, only listen. And somehow, when they descended again, those men fought differently, quieter, with more precision, as if they could see through fog, as if death had spoken to them gently, and shown them where to step. A warrior named Fenris wore no shoes, ever. His feet bled often, but he said it reminded him he was alive. His favourite weapon? Not a blade, but silence. He would stare for minutes before striking, so long that some men fled before a fight even began. At his funeral it said there was no fire, no song, only wind. Because Fenris asked that the wind carry his name far from where anyone could find it again. And so perhaps it does. They say the sea remember, and if you ever sail the northern waters at night, you might still hear faint laughter in the mist, or a song drifting through the fog, or silence, thick warm silence that wraps you like a cloak. These were the most terrifying Viking warriors in history, not for their anger, but for their quiet. Not for their size, but for their stillness. Not for the battles they won, but for the way they made the world pause. So sleep now, my dear, brilliant friend. Let these warriors guard your dreams. Let the old seas carry you far, far away, where only soft winds and distant drums remain. Good night.
Hello, my dear listener. I hope all of you are fine tonight, wherever you are listening from. Perhaps you are resting in your quiet room, or lying beneath the warm comfort of a blanket, or maybe you are simply drifting through the still silence of your evening. This is your time to leave behind the noise of the day. Let your eyes grow heavy, let your breath slow, and allow me to take you, gently, into the slow and forgotten world of boring history. Tonight, we shall wander together through the long corridors of time, where the candles burn low, and the voices of the past speak in whispers softer than the ticking of your own clock at home. And before I begin, my dear intelligent, beautiful, smart, and truly genius person, kindly, please subscribe to my channel. It is my greatest motivation, and I thank you so much for it. Tell me in the comments, my friend, which city you live in, and what the time is on your clock right now. Your words are always a candle of kindness in this quiet graveyard of history. Now, allow me to take you, before our history truly begins, into a place where silence is deeper than the deepest sea. Imagine, if you will, an old graveyard at the edge of a forgotten Irish village. The year is lost somewhere in the 1800s. The stones are crooked, leaning into the earth like tired old men, and the iron gate creaks whenever the cold wind passes. Beneath the dim light of a moon hidden by clouds, there is a woman, seated just outside the graveyard's gate. Her shawl is worn, her eyes dark and endless, as though she has watched every passing soul for centuries. She says nothing. She only sits there, waiting, her pale hands resting upon her knees. The villagers whisper that she has been seen there since their grandparents were children. Some say she waits for someone who never returned. Others say she listens for footsteps that no longer fall, but all agree on one thing. If you dare to pass her after midnight, she will look up, and you will never sleep the same again. But let us not disturb her tonight. Instead, let us drift as gently as falling autumn leaves into the quiet lanes of history. Tonight's tale is of food, simple, ordinary food. The kind of food that peasants in medieval Ireland might have eaten, and the kind of feasts kings once demanded in their great stone halls. There is nothing glamorous here, no glittering banquet fit for a ball, only the humble bread of barley and oats, the thin broth made from cabbage or leeks, and perhaps, on a fortunate day, a piece of salted fish from the river. These were the meals that filled the bellies of those who lived and toiled in the green fields, long before the world as we know it ever began to turn in its modern rhythm. For the peasants of medieval Ireland, life was not rich with variety. Day after day, they chewed the same dark bread, heavy and coarse. Butter was a treasure, milk a comfort. But meat. Meat was a luxury few ever saw. A thin porridge, sometimes so watery it was more memory than meal, simmered in small clay pots over smoky fires. Their spoons were carved of wood, their bowls chipped and cracked. Yet they ate slowly, in silence, with only the faint bleating of sheep or the distant crow of a rooster to remind them of the living world outside their cottages. Nothing exciting here, nothing dramatic, only the stillness of ordinary existence, dull enough, perhaps, to make your eyes close, and close again, until sleep comes like a shadow on the edge of the graveyard we left behind. For the peasants of medieval Ireland, life was a slow rhythm of hunger and survival. Their bread was coarse and dark, often heavy with barley, for wheat was too costly and reserved for those of higher status. They chewed it with patience, each bite filling their mouths with a grainy dryness that demanded water or milk to soften its passage. Butter, when it could be churned, was a treasure spread thin upon the bread. Porridge simmered endlessly in clay pots. Oats stirred with wooden spoons until they thickened into something between meal and memory. Sometimes wild herbs were gathered from the hedgerows, boiled into watery soups, giving a hint of flavour, but never enough to delight. The fires smoked in their cottages, the roofs low, the air thick with the smell of peat. They ate not in haste, for there was little to rush for, but in silence, letting the simple taste of survival rest upon their tongues. And in that silence, one might hear the faint echo of their own breath tonight, slowing, matching theirs across centuries. When the seasons turned, the meals did too. In the hard winters the peasants grew thin. Food was stored carefully, though never enough. Turnips, cabbages, dried peas, these were the companions of cold nights. Families sat close to the fire, their shadows trembling on the walls as bowls of thin stew were passed from hand to hand. In summer there was some relief. Fresh greens appeared, and berries could be gathered. But still the pattern of food was repetition, an endless circle. The same oats, the same bread, the same boiled vegetables again and again, until the days blurred together like an old song hummed too many times. This monotony, while hard for their stomachs, is a gift for us tonight, dear listener. For what is more calming than the repetition of simple meals, the unchanging rhythm of ordinary life? As your own thoughts begin to repeat, softly, dully, gently, your mind may drift, the way smoke drifts upward in a quiet cottage, fading into nothing. But above these peasants, in their stone halls and castles, kings and lords sat at tables far different. Their meals were not silent, but filled with the noise of cups and laughter, the echoes of dogs barking for scraps, and the heavy music of minstrels. Yet even in this, the food tells us its story. For what was set before a king in Ireland long ago? Roasted meats, spiced and dripping with fat. Wild boar, venison, and fowl of every kind, carried in on heavy platters. Honey sweetened their dishes, and ale filled their cups. The contrast between the dark porridge of the peasant and the golden feast of the king was as wide as the graveyard gate we passed through earlier. But do not let the noise of those feasts disturb your rest. Hear them instead as distant echoes, muffled by stone walls, fading into the long corridors of time. For we are not at their tables tonight, nor in their laughter. We are only listening, slowly, calmly, to the steady heartbeat of history, which lulls us deeper into stillness. Hello, my dear listener. I do hope you are well this evening, or perhaps this morning, depending on where in this vast and curious world you are quietly existing. I imagine you there, resting in your chair, or lying beneath a warm blanket, as the soft hum of the night folds itself around you. The air, still and without complaint, moves only in gentle sighs against your window. Outside, perhaps a lamp burns dimly, its glow spilling like melted honey upon the quiet street. Or perhaps no light at all reaches you, and the darkness has settled in so comfortably that it feels like an old friend who has come to stay. We will wander together now, you and I, through thoughts and times long past, our pace unhurried, our steps slow enough that even the ticking of your clock might feel like the steady beat of a sleepy heart. My dear, intelligent, beautiful, sharp-minded, and quietly brilliant friend. Before we go any further into this winding journey, I would be most grateful if you might, with the smallest movement of your hand, subscribe to my humble channel. It is, truly, the sort of small act that becomes my greatest encouragement, and I thank you with more sincerity than my words may carry tonight. And if you would be so kind, do tell me in the comments, in which city, in which corner of the world, do you now find yourself? And as you sit there, perhaps glancing toward your wall or mantelpiece, what time is it upon your clock? Does it chime softly in the background? Does it tick in a slow, reassuring manner? I should be delighted to know. Now, before we wander back into the cobblestone corridors of medieval times, I must tell you of a certain small and somewhat peculiar moment, one that has stayed with me since I first heard it whispered on a night such as this. Imagine, if you will, a graveyard, but not the grand, marble-strewn cemeteries you might picture from painted postcards. No, this was a small, lonely place tucked behind an old stone church, whose roof leaned as though too weary to stand upright. The grass grew in long, untended tufts, and the iron gate hung slightly ajar, its hinges complaining softly each time the wind remembered to push. And there, just at the edge, where the shadow of the tallest yew tree touched the path, there sat a woman. She was neither young nor old in appearance, but her face carried the pale stillness of someone who had been waiting for far too long. She did not move when footsteps approached. She only lifted her eyes, dark and unblinking, as though measuring the weight of the living who dared pass her by. Some say she waited for a name to be spoken aloud, a name lost in the parish records of centuries ago. Others say she guarded something, not out of malice, but out of the quiet obligation of the forgotten. On certain nights, when the mist rolled in from the low hills, the villagers claimed you could see her still, her hands folded neatly in her lap, her gaze fixed on the rusted lock that no one had dared to touch for generations. I suppose, dear listener, that if we are to pass her, this quiet woman at the graveyard gate, we must do so without haste, for sudden movements have a way of upsetting the calm of such places. The ground beneath our feet is uneven, each stone and tuft of earth holding the weight of countless forgotten footsteps. The night is not entirely silent here. It speaks in the smallest of ways. A faint rustle in the branches above. The distant call of an unseen bird. The whisper of the wind slipping between crooked gravestones, as though reading their inscriptions in its own secret language. There is a heaviness to the air, but it is not unpleasant. Rather, it is the heaviness of history itself, the weight of years pressing gently down, like an old blanket drawn over the shoulders of the earth. I find myself thinking, as I often do in such places, about the lives once lived here, the hands that built the stone walls, the voices that once echoed inside the church before its roof began to sag. The woman still sits there, unmoving, and I cannot quite tell if her gaze is upon us or upon something that lies far beyond. Perhaps she does not see us at all. Perhaps we are merely passing shadows in her endless vigil. And so we move quietly onward, our steps carrying us toward the narrow lane that will, in time, lead us out of the graveyard and into the deeper folds of the medieval countryside. Though, as you will see, that countryside was not always as romantic as the painters of later centuries like to pretend. Now, my friend, as we leave that quiet place behind, let us wander gently into the world as it might have appeared centuries ago, when the very word modern would have meant something entirely different, and when life itself moved at the pace of a plough horse in damp soil. You see, if you or I were to awaken one morning in the heart of the Middle Ages, I dare say we might find ourselves quite out of sorts before the day had truly begun. The first thing you would notice is the air. Not the fresh, crisp air of a country morning, but a heavier, earthier scent, carrying with it the smoke of countless hearths and the dampness of thatched roofs after rain. The second thing would be the light. It was softer, yes, but also dimmer indoors, for glass windows were a rarity, and the oiled parchment that served in their place allowed in only a muted glow. Outside, the roads would not be roads as you know them. They would be tracks of mud, sometimes deep enough to swallow a boot whole, winding between timbered houses that leaned ever so slightly toward one another, as though conspiring in some old secret. And should you happen to be of the common sort, as most were, your morning would begin not with coffee, nor with the idle scroll of a glowing screen, but with the slow and deliberate tending to whatever small portion of the day's endless labour had been allotted to you. It might be the gathering of water from the well before the sun had risen high enough to warm the stones. It might be the feeding of animals, or the mending of tools worn thin from use. And all the while, the knowledge would sit quietly in the back of your mind that no matter how early you began, the work would not be done before nightfall. Nor would it be done the next day, nor the day after that. But perhaps you think, my dear, that a day in the Middle Ages might offer its charms in the form of the market square, with its bright banners fluttering and its tables laden with goods. And yes, on certain days there would indeed be a gathering of merchants, their voices rising in the ancient melody of barter. Yet even here the romance fades quickly. The smell, oh, the smell, would be an uninvited companion, for the market brought together not only baskets of apples and bolts of cloth, but also cages of live fowl, barrels of fish in various stages of freshness, and the sharp metallic scent of meat recently cut. The cobblestones beneath your feet would be damp, not from a recent rain, but from the water thrown out by stall-keepers washing their wares, or from less pleasant sources one might not wish to identify too closely. You would find yourself surrounded by people whose clothes bore the marks of both their labour and the earth itself, and whose conversations were coloured not by politeness, but by the simple efficiency of survival. And if you happen to be unfamiliar with the customs of the place, you might quickly discover that a careless word, a wrong glance, or a failure to show the proper respect to the wrong person could see you removed from the square altogether, and not always with gentle hands. Hello, my dear listener. I trust you are well. I hope, wherever in the world your gentle head now rests, that the day has been kind to you, and that the air about you is calm, still, and perhaps touched by the faintest whisper of evening. I picture you there, perhaps in your favourite chair, or nestled beneath the quiet weight of blankets, the dim light of a lamp, or the faint flicker of a candle resting in the corner of the room. The hour is late, or perhaps just late enough to make your mind slow and your eyes linger. The ticking of your clock, so steady, like a heart that has never been hurried, marks each passing second with a delicate certainty. In the stillness of this moment, I invite you to journey back with me, far, far back, to a time so ancient, so deep in the folds of the earth's memory, that our own lives seem but a brief passing thought in comparison. But before we wander into that vast and shadowed plain of prehistory, my dear, intelligent, beautiful, and truly gifted listener, may I gently ask, if you find peace in these quiet hours we share, please subscribe to my humble channel. It is, after all, the small but precious thread that keeps my voice reaching you, week after week, like a letter sent across oceans of time. And, if you would be so gracious, tell me in the comments which city you now call home, and what the clock in your house whispers to you at this very moment. Such things, though simple, are the little lanterns that light my path. Thank you, truly. Now, let us take our first slow step into the past. Imagine, if you will, the earth, not as we know it now, but as she stood 4,700,000 years ago. The land was wild, not in the untidy way of a neglected garden, but in the proud, untouched way of a great untamed continent. Trees, tall and twisted, stretched their arms high toward a paler, slower sun. Winds rolled low across the ground, carrying with them the scent of raw soil, damp stone, and the first frail flowers of a younger world. And yet, in the stillness of that ancient wilderness, there were eyes, always eyes, watching. Prehistoric men and women, though perhaps we might better call them people in the making, stepped lightly through the shadows of this young earth. They knew nothing of the wheel, or of fire shaped into tools, yet they knew the language of the ground beneath their feet, the taste of the water in each stream, the safe silence of certain valleys, and the warning call of distant creatures. It was a life without clocks, without walls, without names for the seasons that came and went. Life itself was the measure of all things. But, my dear listener, I must confess, there is a place not far from where I now sit, where the past is not so quiet. You see, just beyond the road, where the hedges grow thick and the grass grows long enough to hide the path, there stands an iron gate. Its bars are blackened, not by paint, but by the slow rust of 100 damp winters. Beyond it lies a graveyard, old, forgotten. The stones tilted and leaning like tired old men caught in an endless conversation. I have, on more than one occasion, found myself pausing there, my fingers resting on the cold iron, my eyes wandering over the shapes in the mist. And it was one such evening, a night much like this one, that I saw her. A woman, seated just inside the gate, her dress heavy, dark, and drawn about her feet. She did not move at first, only sat, her hands folded in her lap, her head bowed as though in thought. The mist gathered thick about her shoulders, as though the very air wished to keep her hidden. And yet, there was something in the curve of her face, something in the stillness of her hands, that made the hair upon my neck stand in the cold night air. I spoke, quietly, a simple greeting, but her head did not rise. Only the faintest tilt of her chin, as if she were listening, not to me, but to something far older, far quieter, and far more certain than the sound of my voice. I do not know, my dear listener, if she was flesh, or shadow, or some memory the earth itself had forgotten to bury. But I do know this. When I stepped back, the gate creaked, and the sound, loud in the silence, seemed to disturb her. She lifted her head, and for the briefest instant, I saw her eyes. Not the eyes of the living, not the eyes of the dead, but the eyes of someone who had been waiting for far longer than you or I could bear to imagine. And then she was gone. I tell you this, not to wake you, but perhaps to keep you just aware enough to follow me as we leave that old gate behind and walk deeper into the winding path of history. And so, my dear listener, we step away from the gate, the rusting bars closing softly behind us, the gravel path beneath our feet giving way once more to the cool breath of the wind. It carries with it the scent of rain yet to fall, a promise of a storm that will not arrive until morning. We leave the graveyard behind, though perhaps not entirely. For the image of that woman, her folded hands, her patient stillness, will travel with us tonight as a faint shadow across the mind. It will not disturb our rest, but rather remind us that even in the stillest corners of the world, there are stories waiting. Now, close your eyes and listen as the centuries fall away, layer by layer, like dry leaves in autumn. The grass becomes coarser, taller, the air sharper, less tamed. You hear the sound of water, not from a neat stone fountain or tiled canal, but from the raw curve of a river, bending through wild earth. Its banks are dark with mud, its edges trampled by bare, calloused feet. Here we find them, our ancient kin, not yet bound by the customs we have grown used to, not yet dressed in the manner of kings or shepherds, but wrapped in skins, their hair long, their hands unsoftened by ease. They move slowly, carefully, for every step is weighed against the unseen dangers of the land. At night they gather. There is a fire, yes, but not as we know it now. It is smaller, meaner, a hard-won prize, coaxed from the stubborn spark of stone against stone, fed by brittle grass and the fallen limbs of trees. They guard it jealously, for it is life itself, the thin line between warmth and the cold hunger of the dark. Around this flame they sit, their faces a shifting tapestry of gold and shadow. Their voices are low, murmuring not in the language of books or courts, but in the rough music of survival, sharp clicks, drawn hums, and the simple cadence of warning and welcome. And if you could sit among them, my dear listener, you would notice the way they watch the darkness beyond the light, the way their eyes, restless and deep, follow every rustle of the tall grass, every snap of twig beneath an unseen foot. It was not only the animals they feared. In the long nights, under the press of cold stars, there were places they would not go. One such place lay at the edge of their hunting ground, a hollow in the land where the earth dipped like a great open mouth. The elders, those few who had lived long enough to see their hair pale, said it was a place where the ground swallowed sound. You could shout, and hear nothing returned. No echo, no bird song, no wind. The younger ones, curious by nature, would wander close, but never cross the ring of stones that marked its edge. And when the moon was thin and the night air sharp, the firelight in their camp seemed to tremble, as if remembering some old warning. It is strange, is it not, how even before we had names for fear, we knew where to find it. Yet life went on, they rose with the sun, or with the pale blue of morning before it, and moved with the needs of the day. They gathered roots, dug for water in the dry season, hunted in small, careful bands. They learned the ways of the animals, how to walk in the shape of a shadow, how to drink without drawing notice, how to take only what was needed. For waste was a danger they could not afford. And always, the seasons turned. In the warmer months, the air was thick with the scent of flowering grasses. In the colder, frost bit at the edges of the world, hardening the ground, slowing the rivers. They had no word for year, yet they felt its passage all the same. They saw it in the swelling of bellies with child, in the silvering of hair, in the way the stars shifted overhead, drawing patterns they could not name but always remembered. Sometimes, on nights when the air was unusually still, a few among them would wander away from the fire, not far, just enough to feel the weight of the darkness press close. And there, standing alone, they would look upward. The stars then were the same we see now, and yet somehow different. There was less light from the earth to dull them, and so they burned sharp and clean, each one a needlepoint of pale fire. And in that vast, endless scattering, you could almost believe you were not looking at the sky, but into some deep, unending ocean. Perhaps they felt the same strange ache we do, staring into that distance. The quiet knowledge that we are small, and that time will go on without us, as it has without so many before. And perhaps that is why they told stories. Not in the way we tell them now, with neat beginnings and tidy ends, but in fragments, shared around the fire, woven into the rhythm of hands working, feet walking, eyes watching. A story of the great cat that came in the night. A story of the river that rose without rain. A story of the shadow that followed them from the hollow, but never came closer. It is easy here in our modern rooms to think of them as distant, strange, almost another kind of being entirely. But if you listen closely, if you let the firelight and the darkness speak, you might find their voices not so far from your own, and perhaps, as you listen to this now, you feel your breath slowing, your eyes growing heavier. Not because the story is dull, but because the world it comes from moves at the pace of the earth itself. And so, my dear listener, the night turns, and the fire, once lively and quick, settles into its slower breath. The flames no longer leap, they sway, they lean. They sink into themselves as though grown weary of their own dance. Around them, the shapes of those early people blur, their outlines softened by sleep, their breaths rising in a slow, unbroken tide. If you could walk quietly among them, careful not to wake the watchful few who sit with eyes half closed, you would see their shelter. It was not the straight-walled, roofed chamber we know. No, it was the earth itself, bent to their will with patient, simple hands. Branches, heavy, low, stripped of their finer twigs, were drawn together and bent into a curve, tied not with rope, for they had none, but with strips of sinew cut from the animals they had taken in the hunt. Over this frame they draped hides, thick, stiff, smelling faintly of smoke and rain. Each hide told a story, the shape of its holes, the scars in its flesh, the faint trace of the winter it had once endured. Inside, the ground was softened by dry grass. They did not lie on it as we do upon beds, for comfort was not the aim, only the small mercy of warmth and a barrier between body and cold earth. Their tools, too, were simple, yet made with care. Stones chipped until they split into sharp edges, bones shaped into points, into hooks, into narrow scrapers that could strip a hide without tearing it. These tools were not possessions in the way we think of them now, not treasures kept for pride or display. They were extensions of the hand, meant to be used until they broke, then remade. And still, there were the stones, large ones, heavy, unmoving, scattered across their world. To us, they would be nothing more than obstacles in the grass, but to them they were markers. Silent witnesses to the movements of the tribe. They remembered where the animals passed, where the water lay deepest, where the wind dropped into a stillness so complete that even the air felt older there. It was around one such stone that the story comes. They say, though no one can name who first spoke it, that on a night when the air was dry and cold, a man set out alone from the fire. He was young, restless, and sure of his own skill. His hunt had gone poorly in the day, and he meant to bring back meat before the sun returned. He followed the low line of the river, keeping its quiet rush to his right. The moon hung low, caught in the branches of the taller trees, its light just enough to paint the ground in silver shapes. And then he saw it. A great stone, taller than a man, standing alone in the clearing. Its surface was smooth, not like the broken, jagged stones of the riverbank, and it leaned slightly forward, as though listening. He approached, slowly, and found, carved into its face, marks. Not the scratches of animal claws, nor the random cracks of weather, but marks that seemed made by hands like his own. 3 lines, side by side, and beneath them a hollow. He ran his fingers along it, feeling the depth of the cut, the way the stone seemed to hum beneath his touch, and for a moment he thought he heard something, not the river, not the wind, but something low, deep, and almost human. He did not stay long. When he returned to the camp, he said nothing, but from that night on, he never walked the river alone. Such are the stories that drift through the minds of those who have more night than day, more silence than words, and yet life went on. The tribe moved slowly when it moved at all. There was no need to hurry, for the land gave what it gave, and to leave too soon was to risk the hunger of uncertainty. When the ground grew bare of roots, when the game grew thin, they would gather their things, the hides, the sharpened stones, the memories of where the water had been, and begin their slow walk. Children walked close to their mothers, small hands clutching at hides, or the long dark hair of their elders. The men moved ahead, eyes sweeping the land, shoulders tense with the weight of unseen dangers. The old ones came last, slower, more certain, their steps falling in rhythms learned over seasons too many to name. And always, there was the fire. Even in the march, someone carried it, not as a flame, but as embers, banked deep in a hollow of bark and moss. This too was life. It could not be lost. When they found a place, a curve of riverbank, a shallow rise with the wind at its back, they would stop. The shelters would rise again, the tools laid out, the embers coaxed into flame, and for a time, that place would be theirs. In the deep stillness of those nights, you might imagine they thought of the future, but perhaps they did not. Perhaps they lived so entirely in the slow turning of the present that tomorrow was as distant as the stars. And in some ways, my dear listener, that is why their world feels so quiet to us now. It was not hurried, not pressed forward by the ticking of any clock, but stretched, smooth and unbroken, like a long breath taken under the open sky. And perhaps it is in remembering that pace that your own breath now slows and your eyes grow heavier. And now, dear listener, the day in that old faraway world begins, not with the clamour of bells or the hum of machines, but with the soft push of pale light over the edge of the horizon. It is not sudden. No, it creeps slowly, hesitantly, as though unsure if the night will allow its passing. The air is cool, heavy with the scent of damp grass. The smoke from the night's fire curls upward in thin threads, losing itself in the quiet breath of morning. Men, tall in the way of those who have walked their whole lives, rise without words. There is no rush, no sharp cry to hurry. They move as the land moves, slow, measured, patient. Today will be for hunting, but hunting in this time is not the chase we imagine now, not the thunder of hooves, the sudden strike. It is long, slow, a thing of hours, even days. It begins with watching. They kneel, pressing their hands to the ground. The soil tells them what has passed. The bent blade of grass, the faint depression where a hoof or claw has pressed. They read the land as we might read a book, though their letters are the stones, the wind, the pattern of leaves. When they move with the rhythm of shadows. They do not walk in straight lines, but in curves, in detours, in paths shaped by the needs of silence. Their steps fall where the earth is softest, where no brittle twig will cry out underfoot. Hours pass, yet the air seems not to change. The sun is higher, yes, but the forest holds the cool stillness of early morning. Somewhere ahead, the faint rustle of leaves speaks of movement, a deer perhaps, or something smaller. They do not rush toward it. They wait. They watch. One of them, older, his beard streaked with the pale touch of years, raises his hand. The others freeze. The forest grows even quieter, and then, from the corner of their sight, it appears. Not the deer they expected, but a shape, tall, unmoving. At first, they take it for the trunk of a tree. But no, it is too narrow, too straight. They watch it for a long time, expecting it to shift, to move, to show the twitch of an ear or the flick of a tail. It does not. The older man steps forward, slow as drifting smoke. He circles it, keeping distance until he sees. It is not an animal at all. It is a pillar of stone, rough, and yet almost shaped. Strange, for it stands alone, far from any other rocks, as though it had been placed there, not grown from the earth. At its base the grass is shorter, pressed down, as though something had stood there often. He touches it once, briefly. The stone is cold, colder than the air, colder than it should be. They leave it. The hunt continues. They take what they can, moving back toward the slow plume of smoke that marks the camp. But none of them speak of the stone, not to each other, not to the others who stayed behind. And yet, when the night falls, the fire seems smaller. It is a strange truth, dear listener, that even in a life so consumed by survival, there is room for the weight of the unknown. Perhaps it is why they told their stories, why they carved marks into wood or stone, why they taught the children which places to walk around and which to never approach. For the land was not theirs alone. It belonged to the rivers, to the winds, to the animals that moved like shadows at the edge of sight, and perhaps it belonged to others, those unseen, those who needed no fire to keep them warm. The night deepens. Around the fire, the tribe eats, meat roasted until it crackles, roots pulled from the earth and softened in the embers. The children, full and warm, curl into the hides and drift into sleep. The elders speak in low voices, their words slow, carrying more silence than sound. Above them the stars wheel slowly, patient, eternal, and perhaps as you lie now in your own quiet room, you feel the weight of that same sky. Perhaps your breathing has slowed to match theirs. Perhaps your thoughts have grown softer as the old rhythm of the earth works its way into you. For in the end, the story of life 4,700,000 years ago is not of battles or great kings, but of slow days, long nights, and the endless, patient passing of time, and perhaps, somewhere out there, in the vastness of the land, the stone still stands. And so, dear listener, the seasons turned again. In that quiet, endless time before the counting of years, the changes came not with sudden dates or loud declarations, but with the smallest, softest shifts. The wind grew sharper, the mornings longer in their pale silence, and the animals, one by one, began to move. The tribe watched. It was not in their nature to hurry, for the land taught them that nothing worth having came quickly. But they knew, as the animals knew, when the grass grew thin and the rivers slowed, that it was time to move. It began as it always did. The gathering of hides, the binding of tools, the quiet lifting of the embers from the dying fire into their bark and moss cradle. There were no farewells to the place they left behind. The land did not belong to them, nor they to it. They simply moved on. The walk was not a march, but a drifting. Days stretched like thread between their beginnings and ends. They walked where the ground allowed, where the rivers bent low, where the sky above opened wide. Children clung to their mothers, sometimes carried, sometimes running ahead, their small feet leaving light marks that the wind erased within hours. The hunters kept to the edges, eyes sweeping the land, their bodies moving in that easy, unbroken rhythm, learned from years of following the game. Nights came quietly, without the rush of lights or the voices of far-off streets. They would stop at a rise or hollow, build the small, necessary fire, and rest. The stars, sharp, cold, unblinking, marked their slow journey far more faithfully than any map. And sometimes the land itself would shift in ways they did not expect. One such evening, after many days of walking, they came to a wide, flat plain. The grass there was shorter, the soil pale and dry. There were no trees, no hills, only the unbroken sweep of land as far as the eye could see. In the centre of that plain, there were stones. Not the scattered stones of riverbeds, nor the jagged teeth of mountain rock, but tall, narrow stones standing in lines. They did not seem placed by accident. No one in the tribe had been here before. At least none living remembered it. And yet the sight of those stones brought an unease that settled low in the chest. The elders stood a long while looking, saying nothing. When they did speak, it was softly, in the way of those who believe their voices might be overheard by something they cannot name. It was decided they would not cross the plain before morning. They would stay at its edge, where the taller grass still moved in the night wind. But as the fire burned low, some said they saw movement among the stones, not the quick darting of an animal, nor the sway of grass, but a slow, deliberate shifting, as though something walked there between the lines of rock. No one went to look. They rose early the next day, the plain pale under the first light. The stones stood still, their shadows long, stretching away from the rising sun. They crossed quickly, their feet making no sound on the dry earth. By midday, the stones were far behind them, and yet, as they made camp that night, someone, a boy no more than 8 summers, asked why it felt as though they were still being watched. The elders did not answer. The migration went on. They crossed rivers, some shallow enough to wade, some deep enough that the smallest children were carried on the shoulders of the taller hunters. The cold water pulled at their legs, its current whispering against the skin like the voice of something just out of reach. They moved through valleys where the air was thick with the smell of flowers and the sound of insects, and over hills where the wind came clean and sharp, tasting of snow yet to fall. Always they walked. Sometimes they found the bones of animals, not scattered by scavengers, but laid out neatly, as though placed. These they left untouched. In the evenings, when the firelight pooled in the hollow of their camp, the hunters would speak of the land ahead, of where the herds might be, where water might lie hidden. But there were also the other stories, the quiet ones, about the places one must never sleep, the shadows one must never follow. And always, always, the listener would feel their eyes grow heavier, not from fear, but from the slow weight of the journey, the endless, patient rhythm of life moving across an unending earth. By the time they reached the forest that marked the turning of their path, the stones of the far plain were only a memory, a faint shape in the mind, like a dream half remembered upon waking. And yet, dear listener, if you were to walk there now, on some cool, still evening, you might find the stones just as they stood then, and perhaps, if you were quiet enough, you might see the same slow movement between them. Hello, my dear listener. I hope you are well, truly well, tonight, or perhaps this morning, or even somewhere between the two. It pleases me greatly that you have found your way to this quiet corner, where voices are low, and the pace is slow enough that even the thoughts in your head begin to walk instead of run. In the minutes ahead, we will take a small journey, not a hurried one, not a journey that demands you keep your eyes open, but a journey that can, and perhaps will, allow your mind to drift until you find yourself somewhere softer, somewhere you do not need to hold yourself upright. Before we begin, my dear, intelligent, beautiful, smart, genius person, may I kindly ask that you please subscribe to this humble channel. It is my only motivation, and your kindness will never be forgotten. And, if it is not too much trouble, I would be grateful if you would tell me, in the comments, the city in which you live, and perhaps the time your clock shows at this very moment. I find it strangely comforting to imagine the quiet ticking of other clocks in other rooms. And now, before we turn our thoughts to the work of ancient shipbuilders, I must take you to another place entirely. It was some years ago when I walked through a town that time, had allowed to fade quietly into the background. Its houses leaned slightly, as though tired. Its streets seemed to hold more dust than footfall, and at the far edge stood the old graveyard. The gate, an arch of rusted iron, sagged ever so slightly, one hinge pulling more than its share, and the paint, if there had ever been any, had long ago surrendered to the air. There, seated upon the low stone base of the left-hand pillar, was a woman. She was dressed in black, not the crisp black of morning freshly begun, but the dull, weathered black of years worn in the open air. Her hands were folded loosely in her lap, still, so still. Beside her, a lantern, with a small flame, seemed almost afraid to disturb the damp air with its light. I slowed, not out of fear, but in the way one slows, when something in the world seems unwilling to move, and so you find yourself matching its pace. Her eyes, when she lifted them to mine, were not entirely as the eyes of the living are. They did not glisten. They did not search. They simply held me there, in their patient, unhurried stillness. I passed, for there was nothing else to do, but as I did, her head turned, slowly, and followed my steps until I could no longer see her. It was after that night that I found my thoughts wandering more often. To those who spend their lives building things, not for themselves, but for journeys they may never take. And so, tonight, I will take you to the slow, unending labour of ancient shipbuilders. Far from the noise of great ports, there were shores where shipbuilding was done, not in haste, but in the long, patient rhythm of seasons. The air there always carried the scent of wood that had been cut, yet not yet shaped. Tar and resin, mixed faintly with salt, drifted between the trees that stood nearest the tide. The men, whose hands carried these scents home each evening, had grown thick-skinned to both the cold of the sea wind and the slow weight of their tools. They were not men who hurried, for their work could not be hurried. A ship, as they knew, began not in the water, but in the forest, and the right tree could not simply be taken, it had to be found. So they would walk in winter, when the sap was low, and the wood would season well without splitting. They walked quietly through frost-bound fields, their breath trailing behind them. When a tree was found, they would lay their hands upon it, as if to hear something unspoken in its core. The first cut of the axe was steady, not rushed, a sound that repeated with such evenness that if one were lying nearby, they might find themselves drifting, half asleep, to its rhythm. It might be days before the tree was down, and longer still before it was drawn from the forest. They spoke little, for in silence, a ship, even one yet unformed, seemed to learn the patience she would need for the sea. When the tree had been felled, and the ground beneath it was littered with a pale scatter of chips, the work of bringing it to the yard began. It was no quick matter, for such weight, even in death, resisted the will of men. They rolled it upon smaller logs, moving it a few feet, then shifting the rollers forward again. The creak of rope, the slow, drawn breath of men leaning into their labour, all rose into the cold air and fell again, in long, unhurried patterns. At the yard, the tree would be measured not in haste, but by eye and hand. A master builder might walk its length, once, twice, before speaking, and when he did, his words were often quiet, yet no man questioned them, for the keel, the long, central spine of the ship, must be chosen with care. If it bent wrongly, if a knot lay in the wrong place, the ship might never see the sea, or worse, she might see it once, and never return. Days would turn to weeks, as the wood was shaped, planed in long curling ribbons. The air filled with the scent of fresh grain, the kind of smell that seemed to warm even the coldest mornings. And though the work was slow, there was, always, the quiet certainty that each stroke of the adze brought the ship a fraction closer to the day she would meet the tide. The shipyard was never silent, yet its sounds were not the clamour of modern work. They were slow, methodical, like the beating of a heart too calm to ever quicken. There was the tap, tap, tap of mallets setting tree nails into place, the low rasp of saws, the rhythmic hiss of the plane. The gulls, crying overhead, seemed almost respectful, circling without hurry, as if they too were waiting for the day of launch. In the evenings, the tools would be laid aside, carefully, not tossed, for even the youngest apprentice understood that a careless hand in such a place could bring misfortune to the vessel. There was an old man who sat near the edge of the yard, sharpening blades on a whetstone. No one remembered when he had last built a ship, but his hands still knew the weight of the tools, and his eyes still searched each blade for flaws. Some said he had once sailed, but that the sea had returned him in a way that left him content never to leave the land again. On quiet nights, if one walked past the yard, the shapes of half-built ships loomed in the moonlight, their ribs arching toward the sky, like the bones of some great creature, waiting to be brought to life. Planking a ship was work of great patience. Each board had to bend, just so, too much force, and it would split, too little, and it would never lie flush against its neighbour. To coax the wood, they would steam it, in long boxes, the warm vapour seeping out into the cool air, curling like breath in winter. Once pliable, the plank was carried to its place, men moving together, their steps measured, their voices low. The plank was held, pressed, fastened, and as the tree nails were driven in, the sound echoed softly across the yard. Hours might be spent on a single length of wood, and yet not one of those hours was thought wasted, for the sea would test each joint, each seam, and a careless moment could be the end of many lives. Sometimes, as I watched, I thought of the woman at the graveyard gate, and I wondered if she had once stood at the edge of some distant shore, watching a ship sail away, never to return. The thought would linger, like the scent of steam in the air, before fading into the steady rhythm of hammer upon wood. When the body of the ship was nearly whole, there came the work of the quiet carvers. These were men, often older, whose hands no longer sought the heaviest timber, but instead shaped the smaller parts, the rails, the tiller, the figurehead that would stand at the bow. Their knives moved with the slow assurance of long habit, each curl of wood falling soundlessly to the floor. A rail might take days to smooth, a tiller longer still, for though it seemed but a simple piece of timber, it would one day guide the ship's course, through both calm waters and storms. The figurehead was often the last to be begun. Some were carved into the likeness of saints, others of animals thought to guard against misfortune. The carver would work in near silence, pausing often, not to rest, but to look, as though the wood might tell him what it wished to become. When the work was done, the shavings would be swept aside, and the piece lifted into place. I have seen shipbuilders, men hardened by years of toil, stand for a long while, simply looking at the figurehead they had set upon the bow. It was as if, in that moment, the ship had been given a face, and with it a certain soul. After the great labours, there were waiting days. The hull would stand in her cradle, silent, while the last fittings were made. Ropes were coiled neatly upon pegs, blocks and pulleys checked for smooth turning, the masts set carefully into place. The sails, when at last they were brought from the sailmaker's loft, smelled faintly of flax and oil. They were unfolded slowly, spread across the yard, examined for any flaw. The younger apprentices, wide-eyed, would run their hands across the canvas, feeling the tight weave beneath their fingers. All the while, the older men moved without hurry, for there was a belief, unspoken but deeply held, that to rush a ship into the water was to invite the sea to test her before she was ready. And so, the days stretched on. The tide came and went, gulls circled, clouds shifted, and in the quiet between hammer blows, the wind through the yard's timbers seemed to carry a low whisper. It might have been nothing more than the settling of the wood, but sometimes, I thought, it was the ship herself, speaking, though not yet in a tongue we could understand. The night before the launch was unlike any other in the yard. The tools were set aside early, the workbenches swept clean, the last curls of wood brushed from the ground. Men stood in small groups, speaking softly, as if raising their voices might wake the ship before her time. Lanterns glowed along the edges of the yard, their light catching the curves of the hull, so that she seemed, even in stillness, to be leaning toward the sea. I walked among them, hearing fragments of old tales, of ships that had sailed far, and those that had never returned. Some men crossed themselves quietly, others ran a hand along the hull, as if in farewell. And again, as I glanced toward the dark road beyond the yard, I thought of the woman at the graveyard gate. It seemed, in the flicker of the lanterns, that I could almost see her, standing there, watching. And I wondered if she too had once stood on such a night, with a ship waiting to be set free. The tide that would take her was due with the dawn. Morning came, pale and slow. The air held that quiet before movement, when the world seems to lean forward, just slightly. Ropes were untied, wedges pulled from beneath the hull. There was no shout, no great cry, only the steady creak as the ship began to move. Her weight shifted, the cradle beneath her rolling forward. The sea, waiting just beyond, lifted its voice, not in roar, but in a long, low sigh, and then she touched the water, and for the first time she floated. Men stepped back, some with smiles, some with the distant look of those remembering other launches. Long past. The ship drifted, her hull rocking gently, the reflection of her masts trembling in the ripples, and in that moment I thought again of how many hands, how many hours, how many silent prayers had gone into the making of her. The wind shifted, the sails stirred, and she began, the long work of the sea. My voice grows quiet now, for the tide is carrying her away, and perhaps, if you close your eyes, you too can hear the soft creak of her timbers, fading into the distance, until there is nothing but the sound of water and the slow, steady breath of your own.
Hello, my dear listener. I hope you are doing fine tonight. As always, it's a quiet evening here, just the kind that gently calls for stories of the past, slow, calm, and full of forgotten dust and faded parchment. So lie back, rest your tired eyes, and let the shadows of history carry you into sleep. This is not the kind of story that rushes with action or battles. It drifts like a feather through the corridors of time. Before we begin, my lovely, intelligent, beautiful, smart, genius person, would you kindly please subscribe to my channel? It truly is my only motivation to keep uncovering these stories from the deepest corners of the past. Thank you so very much. And, if I may ask, where in this wide turning world are you listening from? What time does the clock in your room whisper now? Midnight? Dawn? Please let me know in the comments. It would be a pleasure to read where you are and when you drifted away with my voice. Now. Tonight our story wanders into the fog-covered graveyard of a small forgotten village. Somewhere far north, perhaps nestled beneath the sloping hills of old Scandinavia. There sits an old woman at the rusting gate, hunched, her back bent like a question mark carved in sorrow. Her voice is raspy, like wind scraping over ancient bones, and she begins a tale. She doesn't look up. She doesn't need to. She's been telling this story to the dark for years. They once called him the fire-eyed beast, she says. He was born beneath a red moon on the coldest night of the year, she whispers. His mother had been alone in a longhouse, built from driftwood and sorrow. The fire had gone out, and the wolves were circling outside. She had screamed until her throat gave way to silence. And when he came into the world, her eyes stared wide in horror. Not at him, but at the man-shaped shadow that lingered just beyond the doorway. It had no face, it never did. This is the beginning of your life, dear listener. Your life as a Viking berserker. But do not imagine thunder or glory, not tonight. Imagine instead the scent of pine smoke clinging to rough wool. Imagine the dampness of unwashed furs and the sound of your breath in the silence after a raid. You are not a hero in a saga. You are a myth made flesh. You are feared, not celebrated. Your childhood was quiet, too quiet. The other children whispered about your strange fits. The moments when your eyes roll back and your hands clenched as if holding unseen weapons. You spoke to things that weren't there. One night, your father found you standing in the shallows of the fjord, staring into the black water, whispering names in a voice that wasn't yours. The village seer said you were touched by the gods. Another said you were cursed by the dead. Both were correct. When you turned 12, the storms came. They didn't leave for weeks. The sea rose and swallowed the boats. Wolves came down from the mountains, not fleeing the weather, but drawn to something, drawn to you. That winter, your village offered you up. They didn't kill you, of course. No, they sent you away with a band of traders, men too superstitious to touch you. You slept alone under the carts with salted cod and mouldy leather. But the hunger in you grew. It wasn't food you wanted. It was sound. screams, steel, the shaking of the earth beneath charging feet. And one night, in a port where no one knew your name, it found you. The rage. It wasn't like a thought. It was more like a door had been kicked open inside your ribs, and the storm walked through it. You remember the taste of blood in your mouth, not yours. You remember how people looked at you, like you weren't a boy or a man, but a thing, a weapon, something they could point at their enemies. And so you became what they called you, a berserker. You wore no armour. You needed none. They gave you the skins of bears and wolves, but sometimes you forgot to wear them. You would charge into battle naked, painted in ash and old prayers. You screamed so loud your voice cracked and never healed. You bit through your own tongue once. When they sent you into monasteries, the monks would throw down their arms and begin to pray. Not to be saved, but to be ended quickly. The men around you thought you were blessed by Odin. You weren't. You were broken open. Something else had moved into you. And it didn't care about Valhalla. You had no memories after the battles, only bruises and silence. And the sound of water, always water, like waves lapping at your feet. One night you stood on a cliff. You looked at the stars. And for a moment, you remembered your mother. Her voice, the way she used to sing when she thought no one was listening. You wept. Not because you missed her, but because you couldn't remember the melody. You became a ghost among men. Even in campfires they would sit away from you. You stopped talking. You stopped eating warm food. You only drank what they gave you before battles. The strange mushrooms, the sour wine. You stopped feeling pain. You stopped sleeping. Until one day you didn't wake up at all. But this is not the end. Because tonight you wander again. The old woman in the graveyard. She knows your name. She carved it into the gate. She sings your lullaby. And when the wind howls through the birch trees, she looks up and says, "There he goes again, the fire-eyed beast." But hush now, dear listener. You've heard enough for one night. Let the rest come in whispers. Let the rain fall behind your eyes. Let your breath slow. Let the soft glow of old stories settle on your skin, like snow. You are safe now. You are not that boy anymore. You are not that beast. You are asleep, and I will keep speaking until the morning finds you. Now, my dear listener, let me tell you more of the life you lived before the cold took you. Long before the world had books to write it down, before kings penned laws and monks chained pages to stone libraries, you were walking the edge of memory. You did not follow a map. You followed the wind, and the wind followed death. The next village you reached did not welcome you. They gave you bread without salt. They watched you with eyes that didn't blink. One of the elders knew what you were. He saw the way your shoulders never truly relaxed. How you slept sitting upright, hands balled into fists. He said nothing. He simply left a polished stone at your door. On it, a rune. Not for protection, not for blessing, but warning. You carved it into your arm that night deep, without flinching. You wanted to remember. You sailed with men who sang loudly when the sky was blue and went quiet when the clouds rolled in. You did not sing, but you listened. Their voices, raw, full of salt and mead and myth, stayed with you longer than any commander's orders. You remembered the one who sang of whales. He smiled even when his teeth bled. You remembered the one who lost both sons and still laughed louder than thunder. But they all grew silent when the wind shifted, because that's when your eyes would go dim. You never knew the day of the week, nor the name of the port. You never counted the dead. But you remembered dreams. They came every time you tried to rest. Not sleep, just the act of closing your eyes. A field of black feathers. A white horse without a rider. A woman crying in the rain. her voice carrying over the hills like a forgotten hymn. They said berserkers could not be killed by steel. They were wrong. You had bled. Many times. But something inside you wouldn't stop. Once you begged a priest to bless you. He refused, not out of hate, but fear. He said your soul already belonged to something else. You didn't argue. The frost clung to your breath like a warning. And you wandered. Into darker forests, past the villages, toward the mountains where men vanished and never returned. You didn't seek safety. You didn't even seek battle. You just walked. Every step felt older than the last, and one day it found you again. A creature. Not of myth, but of memory. It looked like your mother, but it wasn't. Its eyes were mirrors, and you saw yourself. A child, a beast, a boy with blood on his teeth, and a heart that had forgotten how to beat without war. The creature didn't speak. It just opened its arms, and for the first time, you ran, not toward battle, away. You stumbled through snow, your breath cutting through the cold. Behind you nothing followed. But still you didn't stop, because something had changed. You no longer feared death. You feared remembering.
Hello, my dear listener. I hope all are you fine tonight. Whether you're nestled in your warm bed, reclining softly on your old velvet couch, or perhaps even wrapped up on a train ride through the quiet countryside. This soft story is meant for you, just you. Tonight we drift slowly, calmly, through the dusty corridors of time. But before we go further, my dear intelligent, beautiful, smart and genius person, kindly subscribe to my channel. It's my motivation. Thank you so much. And may I ask, where do you live? What city does your clock tick in? What time is it on that old wall clock of yours? Do let me know in the comments. I would be so grateful to hear from you. Now, breathe gently. Let your eyelids relax. As the hush of the evening deepens, allow me to take you, slowly, like a falling autumn leaf, backwards through time, to a graveyard. Yes, a forgotten, damp, stone-covered graveyard with crooked gates and wilting ivy. There, just past the gate, beneath the tall black tree, sat an old woman. Her shawl was frayed, and her eyes stared out, waiting. She was not young, not ancient, but somewhere in between, like a candle nearly out. Her lips, when they moved, told no ordinary tale. Oh no! What she whispered into the cold wind was a tale about a place, dark, wooden, smoky. A medieval inn, and what truly happened inside them. The wooden sign swung gently, creaking. It was shaped like a battered mug of ale, and hung outside what was once called the Crooked Kettle. This particular medieval inn sat by a winding dirt road, a few miles from any village that still exists on your modern maps. And it was never truly empty, not even on the bleakest of winter nights. Inside, the hearth crackled not for cheer, but to mask the scent of centuries of sweat and old boots. Travellers, wrapped in cloaks thick with road dust, huddled in corners. The air, thick, with pipe smoke, with secrets, with breath too close. Imagine, dear listener, no beds as you know them, just straw mattresses shared by strangers. A man named Thomas may sleep beside a woman named Elsbeth, though they'd never met. And behind the walls, wooden panels, hollow, whispering, rats. Always the rats. The old woman's voice still echoes from the graveyard. They say some inns held more ghosts than guests, that those who slept too soundly never truly woke. Medieval inns, though romanticised in tales, were rarely safe havens. Theft was common. A traveller might wake up to find not just his boots gone, but his horse, his coin purse, and sometimes his memory. Ale was watered down. Meat, often old, spiced just enough to hide its age. The stew pot never emptied, only stirred. No one asked what was at the bottom. The innkeeper's wife, usually a woman of silent labour, knew everyone's secrets. She cleaned the bloodstains, scrubbed the floor, locked the doors when needed, and kept the local priest's flask filled. The priest came not to pray, but to forget. Many inns had no private rooms, just a hall, wooden planks, and stale hay. The rich brought their own bedding, the poor slept in corners. Pungent feet, coughing throats, and the faint snoring of 10 strangers became your lullaby. Ah, but let's not forget the dogs. Inns were never short of them. Big dogs, mangy, sharp-eyed. They were not pets, but watchers. Some said they were more loyal to the ghosts than to men. There's an old tale. A man who kicked a sleeping dog at an inn's threshold vanished before dawn. Only his shoes were found, neatly placed by the door. The fire never truly went out, but neither did the cold. Smoke lingered in your cloak long after you left. Even the ale seemed smoky, and the bread always stale at the edges. And if you looked too long into the fireplace, they warned, you might see things not meant for waking eyes. Shadows that stood still when all else moved. Some inns had lofts, not for guests, but for secrets. Witches once hidden there, or so said the whispers. An old widow, cast out for knowing too much about herbs, spent her nights above the rafters of the Raven's Rest Inn. People swore she sang to the chimney. In return, no one ever caught fire within its walls. Once, a knight stayed the night, armour on, sword tight to his chest. They say he didn't sleep, just sat, back to the wall, eyes never blinking. He was found the next morning, gone, but his sword left behind. The innkeeper sold it years later, but it always came back. Evenings in these inns were not just dark because of the sky, but because time itself seemed to slow, crawl, and wrap around the wood like moss. Children born in inns were rare, but it happened. One winter, when the snow trapped everyone inside for 3 nights, a child was born in the Gilded Hen. They named her Silence. She never cried, never spoke, grew up in the shadows of the rafters, watching. She knew who stole bread, who drank too much, who never washed. As she aged, she would whisper strange things to guests just as they were drifting to sleep. Don't trust the man in the red cloak. Or, the rat under your bed isn't a rat tonight. They say one night she whispered to a merchant from London, "You'll see your wife again, but not the way you want." He left before sunrise, pale and shaking. No one heard from him again. Do you hear it, dear listener, that soft scratching? Just your blanket, perhaps, or perhaps the sound of an old quill writing down names in a guest book from centuries ago. Those names never faded, they say. If you squint, you may see your own. Many inns had guest books, not for politeness, but for protection. If a guest didn't write their name, they were said to be out of time, from another place, another when. Once a woman named Bryony checked in. She wrote in a language no one recognized. That night, the fire turned blue, and the cats, 3 of them, always asleep, stood up and watched her until morning. Meals were often shared with silence. No one trusted loud laughter. Stories were traded in low voices. The clatter of a dropped spoon was enough to silence a room. If someone sang, it meant danger. A man once entered the Stag's Tooth Inn singing an old sea shanty. The fire sputtered, the dog growled. Before he finished the second verse, he had choked on his own drink. Old inns had rules unspoken. Never knock twice. Never ask about room 3. And if someone knocks at midnight, never, ever answer. It won't be a guest. It'll be the past, knocking politely. Let us return to that graveyard, gently, softly. The woman at the gate leans forward. Her tale is nearly done. Her hands, long-fingered, reach out, not to harm, but to hush. Inns were never about rest, she whispers. They were waypoints, between towns, between lives, between what was and what might be. The wind stirs. A leaf skitters across the path. Somewhere far off, a bell rings. Not a modern bell, a dull, heavy iron bell, rung only at dusk. You, dear listener, are safe. The tale is only a tale. And yet, as you drift into sleep, ask yourself, what name would you write in the old guest book? Now the graveyard fades, the inn's fire dims, the cold stone walls of time dissolve into dreams. Let the sounds of your home comfort you, the ticking of the clock, the rustle of the curtains, the hum of night. Perhaps in sleep you'll visit the crooked kettle or the gilded hen. But only stay for a while, leave before dawn, and always thank the innkeeper. The past is patient, and it dreams with you. Good night, my gentle listener. Sleep softly and dream of quiet halls, warm fires, and stories yet untold. You've done well tonight. You've listened. You've imagined. Now, let go. Float softly into dreams. Let this old, boring history of medieval inns carry you deeper into slumber. And if by chance you dream of a girl named Silence or a priest without prayers, know that it's just your mind's way of remembering. For the past, dear one, is never truly gone. It just waits for night, for a listener, for you. Sleep well, and until next time, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be calm, and your heart ever curious.
In the quiet folds of time where dust settles thick upon the books no longer read, and shadows stretch long and lazy over cobblestone paths, there lives a tale as ancient as the tower walls themselves. It's not the tale of kings and their conquests, nor of grand battles echoing through pages of valour. No, this story is far quieter, more delicate. A whisper passed between the bricks of the old prison in the east wing of the tower. A whisper meant for sleep, not for stirring. My dear, intelligent, beautiful, smart, genius person. Yes, you. Where are you listening from? Which city houses your cozy bed tonight? What time does your gentle clock whisper now? Ticking softly in your living room or beside your bed? Tell me, won't you? Drop a comment, a gentle hello, and let me know. Your presence here is more valuable than all the gold once hoarded in royal vaults. Now allow me to lead you somewhere quiet, somewhere lost in the folds of 1800s England, where gas lamps flickered and fog slept heavy on the streets. There, just at the edge of the Tower grounds, beside the forgotten West graveyard, sits a woman. She wears a shawl dark as a raven's wing, her fingers wrapped around a brass lantern whose flame never wavers. They say she appears only after midnight, whispering tales of those whose names were erased from records, whose memories echo only in the moss-covered stones. She sits by the graveyard gate. She never knocks, she never blinks. The first time she was seen, it was the year 1803. A guardsman, weary from his long shift, spotted her from his turret post. He thought her a mourner left behind, someone who had lost her way. But as he drew closer, her tale began. It wasn't spoken, it was felt, like a breeze from a door opened just a little too wide. I was there, she said without moving her lips. I heard him speak through the wall. The prisoner she spoke of was not famous, not feared, but quietly accused of things he swore were never his to carry. He wrote letters, dozens of them, though no ink or paper were ever found in his cell. They say the words appeared carved into the stone itself, a confession, or perhaps a declaration of something long buried. As the lantern flickered and her eyes stared into the nothingness, the graveyard's silence grew thick. There were 10 names, she whispered, 10 truths buried deeper than coffins. The first was Thomas Hill, a scholar wrongly accused of treason in 1812. They said he tried to poison the king's adviser. But the real truth? He had discovered a secret route beneath the tower, an escape never spoken of, covered up by those who wished the bricks to forget. The second was Mary Grafton, a widowed woman of colour, wrongfully blamed for a theft she never saw. Her only crime was knowing how to read maps better than most cartographers. Her cell, found years later, contained only one item untouched, a locket with a piece of cloth inside stitched with the words, "I saw them come from beneath." And so the woman continued. Each night a different name, each night a different story, and every listener eventually fell asleep before the 10th name. The third was a boy, 17 but tall and thin like the chimney stacks of Lambeth. He was called Elliot Green. They took him from his mother's home in the autumn of 1809, accusing him of whispering seditious thoughts in alleys by candlelight. He was placed in cell 9, the one where cold lingered even through July. Yet Elliot did not protest. He only asked for one thing, a pencil, not to write, not to draw, but simply to remember what a pencil felt like. One night the guards found him whispering to the wall, not just any wall, but the one that connected to cell 8, which had been sealed off for over a decade. No one had entered cell 8 since the fire of 1807, yet Elliot insisted someone was there. "She sings to me," he said. "Her voice is made of fog and old piano keys." The woman at the gate told this with such softness, as if remembering the echo of a forgotten melody. Her lantern, they say, dimmed a little that night, as if Elliot's story was too heavy to carry in full brightness. Then came the tale of Florence Wynne. She was not accused nor tried. She simply appeared one day in the Tower Register. no records of her arrest, no birth certificate. Yet she had a cell, cell 14, a quiet one with bars that curved like the notes of a sad violin. The guards would speak of her humming, gentle tunes, always in the same rhythm, even when no one passed her corridor. They found pages in her cell, thousands of them, folded like tiny ships, no ink, no words, just folded silence. When asked who gave her the paper, she would only reply, "He slides it through the stone when the moon turns red." No one knew who he was, yet the woman at the graveyard gate insists with a cold certainty that he was the one who also whispered to Elliot Green. Same voice, same sorrow. Some believed it to be the voice of the tower itself. Some simply fell asleep, soothed by the idea that even haunted places sing lullabies. The fifth story was perhaps the quietest of them all, not because it lacked fear or sorrow, but because it belonged to someone who had forgotten how to speak. His name was Reverend Alton Brigg, once a well-known priest in a parish near York. In 1805 he stood trial, not for murder or theft, but for saunts. You see, dear listener, Reverend Brigg had heard a confession he would not repeat. He was placed in the tower not for the sins of others, but for refusing to share them. A man of the cloth must not betray the whisper of the penitent, he had said calmly, as they escorted him into cell 2. There he remained. Days passed, then weeks. He wrote nothing, spoke nothing. But every morning the stones outside his cell were damp, as if someone had wept there just before the sun touched the sill. The woman at the gate says that on one quiet winter morning the Reverend sang, not loudly, not with joy, but with the voice of someone who had not spoken in years. His hymn was not from any known text, but it filled the graveyard with warmth, and the iron bars of the gate began to hum. She had listened, the woman with the lantern, crouched beside a headstone shaped like a broken harp. That was the last morning he was ever seen. His cell was empty by the time the guards arrived, but the tears on the stones remained. She believes he was taken by the tower itself, not out of punishment, but mercy, to be held by something that finally understood his silence. The sixth name the woman ever uttered was that of Isadora Finch. A seamstress by trade, she lived in the heart of London's garment district, stitching gowns for ladies who never remembered her name. Her fingers were fast, her stitching flawless. But it was not her craft that drew suspicion. It was her memory. They said she could remember everything, not just moments or days, but years. Whole conversations from decades past. Threads of whispers overheard in parlours, fragments of gossip never meant to last. She knew the names of servants long buried, the favourite pastries of ministers, and secrets murmured in foreign tongues. It was in 1810 when she was brought to the tower, accused of possessing dangerous recall, a phrase invented, some say, just to keep her silent. Isadora was placed in cell 7. She did not protest. Only once did she speak to the guards, asking them politely to be careful with her needlebox. It was made of rosewood and smelled faintly of lavender. They never returned it. In her cell she was seen whispering to the ceiling, as if the stones above her remembered the things she remembered too. Sometimes she would trace her finger across the floor, sketching invisible patterns. They say one pattern kept appearing, a circle with 12 small dots around it, like a clock. At night, the guards reported hearing the soft hum of someone counting, always backwards, always from 12. She remained in her cell for 3 years, never aged, never blinked longer than necessary. It was as though time had agreed to pause with her, out of respect. The woman at the gate recalls how, one night, the tower clocks all froze at exactly midnight. For 10 long minutes no time passed. No chimes rang, no footsteps echoed, and when they did again, cell 7 was empty. But drawn into the stone, etched so lightly it could barely be seen, were the words, "I remembered too much." Then silence returned. As always, dear listener, as always. In the hush of twilight, when the sky fades from golden to blue and the lamps glow soft in the parlours of London and Dallas alike, I greet you, dear, intelligent, beautiful, brilliant person, you, the one listening now. May I ask, in which city do you live? And if it's not too much trouble, could you kindly tell me what time your home clock just whispered to you? Let me know in the comments below. I'd be so grateful. Now, if you're ready and your blanket is tucked gently beneath your chin, let's begin a long, slow walk through history's dustiest paths. Tonight's tale is about the Wild West. Not the loud, gun-blazing kind from films, but the quiet, forgotten corners of it. The part where men waited, where dust sat still, where a rusty windmill creaked and turned in no particular hurry. So hush now and close your eyes if you'd like. It begins with a woman, not just any woman, but one who sits beside a graveyard gate on the edge of Yuma, Arizona. Her shawl is worn, her voice soft like old parchment, and her eyes, half shut, half shadowed, stare beyond the iron bars of the cemetery. Every Saturday night, locals say, she appears. She tells a story not with excitement, but with a voice so slow, so drawn, that it's impossible not to drift away. Tonight she speaks again. "I once met a man," she begins, "who thought he could outrun silence. He rode through the Arizona sands with nothing but a rifle and a sack of beans. His name was Lyle, and like many before him, he thought the Wild West was about surviving men. He didn't yet know that the hardest part was surviving time." She lowers her eyes, and her tale begins. Lyle was a quiet fellow, born to a librarian in Missouri and raised on books, not bullets. When he reached 22, he left for the West because he'd read of it in a tattered copy of the Harper's Almanac. He dreamed not of gold or guns, but of solitude, of land so wide that thought itself would stretch out and become quiet. He arrived in a town no longer on maps, called Dry Rattle. It had one store, one crooked, and one man named Sheriff Cowley who only woke up twice a day, once to drink and once to tell anyone passing by to leave before dark. But Lyle stayed. He bought a little shack on the hill with a door that creaked when the moonlight touched it, and a wind that never stopped whispering his name. Each evening he would sit on the porch, sharpening a single blade he never used. The sharpener's stone was worn smooth. He wasn't waiting for danger, he was waiting for the silence to leave him alone. But the West isn't kind that way. The quiet out there is heavy. You can hear your own breath echo off the sand, and sometimes you might hear a second breath that isn't yours. They say, Lyle once heard singing, not loud, not cheerful. A woman's voice, faint and floating from the direction of the graveyard near Old Elms Road. One night, curious, or perhaps too lonesome, he followed it, found no one, only dust-covered boots lined in a row beneath an old elm tree. They weren't his, and they weren't there the next night. Over the weeks, Lyle began to change. He wrote long letters to no one. He placed them in glass jars and buried them beneath his shack. If you ask the townsfolk now, the few still left, or they'll say he disappeared. But not all at once. First his voice, then his smell, then his shadow. They say he became part of the land. Or maybe just a dream, told by a woman beside the graveyard gate. The woman finishes her tale. and looks at you through the gates. "The West doesn't ask questions, dear one," she whispers. "It waits for yours." And just like that you begin to drift. The second tale begins not in the dead of night, but in a sleepy, sun-bleached saloon in the town of Winbucket, Wyoming. The clock on the saloon wall hasn't moved since 1883. It shows 10 minutes past 4. It always has. A thick layer of dust clings to the floorboards, and the piano, once played by a man who claimed he met Jesse James, now rests its keys like tired teeth. The air here is not cold, but it's not warm either. It's just still. This saloon is called the Quiet Bell, though no one recalls ever hearing the bell. It was built by a widow named Elsie Hammond, whose husband disappeared somewhere between 2 sandstorms and never returned. Elsie never closed the place. She never hired help. She just waited every afternoon at 4:10 with a glass of water and an empty chair by the window. People came and went, mostly came, then left quickly, not for lack of drink, but because of the silence. It followed patrons out the door like a dog trained to never bark. Some say that silence had weight. Some say if you stayed too long it would press down on your chest and never lift. And yet, a few old-timers would return, sit quietly, drink nothing, just look out the window at the dust swirling like dancers too tired to keep rhythm. They say if you stay until dusk and listen close, the saloon whispers the names of those it remembers. Not out loud, no, but through the creak of the chairs and the long groan of the wind beneath the door. Elsie passed long ago, but somehow her rocking chair still moves, only at 4:10, only once, as though someone, somewhere, always arrives on time. So if your eyes feel heavy now, it's all right. Just imagine the sound of wind through an open saloon door, a chair rocking by itself, and a piano key clicking once for no reason at all. Now, breathe easy, settle into your chair or your pillow, you're safe, you are held. Let us softly step backward into a time so calm, so still, that even the trees, it seemed, forgot to whisper. Come now, my most thoughtful listener. Before the hush of history begins to gently unfold before us, I have but a small favour to ask of you. My dear, intelligent, beautiful, brilliant, smart person, may I ask, in what peaceful town or city do you reside? And would you be so kind as to glance at the gentle ticking clock upon your wall? What is the hour where you are? Leave me a note in the comments if you please, it would be ever so delightful to know. In the year 1823, beneath the fading canopy of a long-forgotten forest in the southern part of the English Midlands, there existed a stretch of woodland so quiet that even the birds who lived there sang only in whispers. Not a soul ventured through that thicket, unless they had business with silence itself. A dusty path, overgrown with moss and pale lavender, twisted through the trees, leading nowhere in particular and ending, as these things tend to do, in a small stone clearing that nobody built and everybody forgot. There, on one soft, early spring morning, too early for the bees but late enough for dew to still gather, a child was found. Not placed, not abandoned, not carried, found, as if the trees themselves had grown him like a berry or a sapling. He lay there, wrapped not in cloth, but in the dry whisper of fallen oak leaves. His little fist curled gently around a wooden acorn, carved so precisely it fooled the eye. No one knew who he was, nor from where he came, and as the village that bordered the forest found him, they did what most rural folk did in those days. They gave him a name that wasn't really a name at all. They called him Fern, for the leaf that tickled his ear as he opened his eyes. And so, Fern he became. Now, Fern was no extraordinary child, not in strength, nor speech, nor cleverness. He did not learn letters quickly, nor did he climb trees higher than the other children. But he had a patience that unnerved even the oldest men, a silence that grew around him like ivy on old stone. When others played, he watched. When others spoke, he listened. When others grew restless under the slow ticking of the schoolhouse clock, Fern simply sat, quiet, still, as though he were waiting for something the rest of the world had long forgotten. No one paid him much mind. That was the way of quiet children in the 1800s. So long as they didn't break glass or bother the hens, they were left to drift. It was during one particularly slow summer, the kind where days stretch into evenings without changing colour, that rumours began to drift through the region like wood smoke. Bandits. Not many. Not violent, really. But curious sorts, silent types. They came not to rob, but to observe. They were seen sitting quietly in fields, leaning against the trunks of old trees. Sometimes they left behind strange tokens, a tooth carved from bone, a bundle of cinnamon, a feather dipped in wax. The villagers naturally spoke of witches, or old soldiers driven mad by some faraway war. But Fern said nothing. Only once, upon returning from one of his walks into the deeper wood, did he place upon the schoolmaster's desk a folded paper, on which was drawn a crude but unmistakably deliberate map of the forest's edge. No one knew what to make of it. The paper disappeared. The forest remained. And so it was, one autumn day, not golden, but grey and cloud-covered, where the breeze spoke in tones more thoughtful than cold, that Fern disappeared, just as he had once appeared long ago. The village searched, of course, called his name and sent the pastor's boy as far as the stream, but nothing came of it. No prints, no broken branches, only perhaps a quiet that grew noticeably heavier. And then something odd, not alarming, just odd. Small bundles began appearing at people's doors, neatly wrapped in bark and twine. Inside, simple things: a forgotten hairpin from a girl who had lost it years ago, a worn chess piece a boy had mourned last winter, the copper spectacles of the baker's late wife, items of no value, yet each one meaningful, personal, and they came only to those who had once spoken kindly of Fern, even in passing. Months passed, then years. The bandits never came again, but stories, like ivy, climb even where walls no longer stand. Some said Fern had made a pact with the forest's outlaws, a child too silent to ever betray them. Others whispered he had never been a child at all, but a spirit in disguise, sent to listen, to observe, to remember. And though no one dared return to that old stone clearing, the path to it, overgrown though it remained, was never quite blocked, almost as if the forest itself was waiting. To this day, in the quieter corners of countryside towns where fog rolls in like tired sheep across forgotten fields, you might find an old man or a woman with a gaze that lingers a moment too long toward the tree line. And if you ask them what they see, they'll only shrug, smile faintly and say, "Just wondering if Fern ever came back." In the heart of an unnamed kingdom, long before the names of maps became what we know them today, there wandered a blind minstrel named Elric, whose presence was known not by sight but by the slow, delicate notes of his old harp, made of pine and threaded with the silence of forgotten forests. His name was never written in stone, nor whispered in royal courts with the reverence one would think befits a man who changed a kingdom. Instead, he lived quietly as, if tucked between the folds of history, his story nearly lost to time like dried ink on crumbling scrolls. Elric had been born without sight, and thus had never known the brightness of banners, nor the shimmer of the king's golden armour, nor the dance of candlelight across stained-glass windows in the abbey at the edge of lawn. And yet there was a softness in him, a slow-thinking kind of wisdom, almost mossy in nature, that made children stop and listen, and old women pause with a knowing nod as he passed by, following the careful rhythm of his cane on cobbled roads. There was something about his presence, quiet as it was, that made people breathe more slowly. He never rushed, not even when the skies rumbled or when the riverbank swelled. He moved as though the world was not ending, as though each breath deserved its moment and each story its telling. In a time where barons schemed and farmers whispered, where parchment crackled beneath trembling hands and coins clinked with suspicion, Elric asked for nothing but to sit on the steps of old inns and pluck the aching strings of his harp, singing songs that did not rhyme, about people no one remembered, in places no one could find. His voice, soft and cracked like worn leather, seemed to have been aged in the barrel of life itself. He never shouted, he never laughed too loudly. He simply sang, and somehow his songs made even the hounds lie still, and the rowdiest of men settle into their chairs like autumn leaves giving up to the earth. It was said, and only said in corners and cottages, that Elric's harp had once belonged to a woman who waited too long for love and turned to salt. It was said that the wood in it still wept when played on rainy nights, but Elric never explained. He only smiled, that tired smile of someone who had already forgiven the world long before it hurt him. My dear, gentle, intelligent, beautiful, brilliant person, yes, you. Where are you listening from right now? Is your home in the sleepy corners of Yorkshire, or the rolling fog of San Francisco? What time is it on the little clock in your bedroom? Please do tell me in the comments. It would be such a kindness to hear from you just once before you drift into dreams. Now, in those long-forgotten days of cobblers and chimney sweeps, when candles were costly and evening prayers whispered under breath, the kingdom had fallen into a quiet despair. Not a loud despair, no, not one of revolution or gallows, but a quieter sort, the kind that sits behind the eyes of bakers who no longer hum, or children who no longer chase wind. The king, a man named Edrin IV, had grown increasingly tired. His robes sagged heavier with each passing month, not because the thread grew thicker, but because the hope within him thinned like worn lace. He had no heir and no queen, only advisers who wore velvet cloaks stitched in deceit and patience. The villagers no longer looked toward the castle hill with longing. They turned instead to their hearths, where the fire crackled softly and stew simmered without promise. The land itself seemed tired. The winds lost their mischief. The flowers bowed too early. Even the birds took quieter routes. And it was on one such windless day, beneath a sky the colour of dull pewter, that Elric walked slowly into the capital square. He had never been there before, and yet his feet, shuffling and deliberate, found their way with the certainty of someone who had long prepared for this walk. His harp, covered in a faded cloth, lay strapped to his back, and his other hand curled gently around his cane, tapping, tap, in a pattern only he understood. Few noticed him. A child feeding pigeons glanced his way, then forgot him. A merchant wiping fruit crates paused, then turned back to his apples. But by sundown the square would remember. Elric chose a spot beside the fountain. It no longer flowed. The water had been dry for months. Yet he sat beside it with the ease of someone greeting an old friend. He unpacked his harp slowly, brushed a few invisible specks from it with great care, and began to play. The notes he released were not joyful, they were soft, slow, and old. The kind of music one hears in dreams but forgets upon waking. It pulled at the corners of memories not yet lived. Within minutes, the entire square had changed. The fruit vendor forgot his prices. The guard paused mid-yawn. The baker's wife dropped her flour sack, staring as if she had just remembered a long-lost lullaby. No one said a word. They only listened. Elric did not sing. Not yet. He simply played. His fingers, thick, worn and unhurried, moved across the strings like a man tending to an ancient garden. And as he played, the king, high in his tower, blinked and felt for the first time in many months the shadow of a tear at the edge of his weary eyes. Wonderful, dear friend. Let this second stretch of our journey lull your eyes and your mind. We're still with Elric, the blind minstrel sitting in the stone square, and the kingdom is just beginning to remember how to feel again. That evening, as twilight poured its slow grey ink across the rooftops, Elric's music echoed gently across the worn cobblestones and soot-smudged chimneys of the capital. There was no crescendo, no flourish, no fire in his fingers, only the weary grace of a man playing for the stars, as though they alone had the right to weep. The townsfolk, scattered like fallen feathers throughout the square, began to gather in stillness. They didn't speak, they didn't fidget, they didn't even question why they had stopped. They simply listened. It had been too long since the kingdom had remembered silence, and now it blanketed them like a warm shawl at the end of a long, bitter winter. Old men leaned on canes without noticing the ache in their bones. Children sat cross-legged with wide, glassy eyes. And somewhere, behind a shuttered window above a bakery, a young woman clutched a letter she could not send and let the music undo her sorrow. Elric played into the dusk and beyond, his notes barely rising above the sigh of the wind. And when he sang, finally, gently, it was in a voice not meant to entertain, but to remember. His first song was not about heroes, nor battles, nor gods. It was a tale of a potter who shaped his clay each day with the memory of a wife who had smiled once beneath an almond tree. It spoke of mornings when hands shook but the work still mattered, and of evenings where silence sat beside grief like an old companion. There were no rhymes, only rhythm, and meaning, and peace. By the time the last note trembled and vanished, no one clapped, no one dared. The quiet that followed was too sacred, too fragile, as though the square itself were afraid to wake. Somewhere behind the clouds the moon had risen, shy and patient, and high above, in the castle, King Edrin stood alone in his chamber, his hand resting on the window frame, and he whispered aloud the name of his late brother, the one he hadn't spoken in over 15 years. Something had shifted, and all from a man with no sight, who had never been invited, and who asked for nothing in return. My dearest, warm-hearted listener, yes, you again. May I ask, how are you feeling now? Are your eyes beginning to feel heavier than they did a few minutes ago? What's the time now on that quiet little clock near your bed? Would you be ever so kind to leave me a note in the comments? Just your time and maybe your lovely city. I would truly cherish that. Your presence here in the harm little moment means more than you know. Now breathe, dear one. Breathe softly. Let your shoulders fall. The king could not sleep. That night, even as the servants dimmed the torches and the hearths turned to low-glowing embers, Edrin paced. He was not a cruel king, nor a foolish one, only tired. There had been a time long ago when he dreamed of reforming the council, of lifting the curfew from the northern provinces, of restoring the libraries that had burned during the Marsh uprisings. But time, like ivy, had crept in and wound itself around his convictions, and now he could barely remember the sound of his own hope. Yet something in that music had stirred the moss on his soul. At dawn, without ceremony, he summoned his steward and asked one question. Who was that man? Of course, no one knew. Elric had left the square quietly just before midnight, as if carried by the stillness itself. No coin, no farewell, only silence. But word spread, not with fanfare, not with... It drifted through bakeries, under doors, between folded laundry. "The blind man with the harp," they whispered. "He made the wind cry." Farmers began leaving benches out near the fields, just in case he came by. An old widow prepared tea every afternoon, hoping he might pass. And in the villages beyond the capital, children began sleeping closer to windows, listening, not for a knock, but for the faint sound of strings in the distance. Elric wandered as he always had. He had no map, no companions, no fame, yet wherever he walked, the land changed. Not visibly, but subtly, like dew on grass at dawn, or the way leaves know exactly when to fall. He never lectured, never preached, only plead, and people somehow grew gentler. Soldiers paused before raising their voices. Bakers started wrapping bread in twine again, just like their mothers had done. Even tax collectors, those most impervious to softness, began taking tea before demanding coin. When Elric returned to the capital, nearly 3 moons later, he found it different. No banners, of course, no celebrations. But the people, they looked up now, they made eye contact. Children laughed more freely. The fountain had begun to trickle again, and someone had placed lilies beside it, not in tribute, but in remembrance. The king, too, had changed. He had reopened the Western schools. He had started walking among the gardens again, and most curiously, he had taken to sitting in the old hall at dusk. "Good night, my love." The words are easy, warm, and whisper-light for the ears of a listener lying under a heavy blanket, their eyes gently closing while the candlelight flickers, and the hush of an ancient history cradles them into slumber. In the slow hush of the Old Norse winds, somewhere beyond the edges of twilight and time, there lived a people unlike any other, mighty, wild, brave, and curious. We know them today as the Vikings, yet beneath their roaring battles and deep-sea voyages lies something far quieter, far stranger, and much, much more sleep-inducing. Their habits, yes, their bedtime rituals, their strange, peculiar ways of falling into dreams, and tonight I shall tell you about them, slowly, softly, with the kind of sleepy detail that drifts through your mind like fog across a northern fjord. So now, close your eyes, if you haven't already. Let your hands rest. Let your breath slow down. Let your thoughts soften. Because you're about to drift into a calm and curious past. The Viking world, but not the battles, not the ships. No, dear listener, and not tonight. Just the hush of hay, the creak of wooden beds, and the smell of burning fish oil lamps. My dear, sweet, intelligent, beautiful, smart, and genius person, may I ask, where are you listening from? What city do you call home tonight? What is the time on the little clock that sits gently by your bedside? Would you kindly comment and let me know? It would bring me much joy to know where in this soft world you're resting now. If you genuinely enjoy what I do here, if this brings a whisper of calm to your evening, drop a little comment with your location and the local time in your room. I truly love to know where you're listening from. Softly drifting off now. Go ahead. Dim the lights. The Vikings did not sleep like you and I do, no. For them the night was more than a rest. It was a realm. A place between the worlds. A time when the living might meet the ancestors in dreams. When the whispers of gods like Odin and Freyja stirred softly between the fur blankets. Their homes were simple longhouses made of timber and turf. The beds, shared, not by lovers only, but by families, side by side like spoons in a drawer. Father, mother, children, perhaps even a grandparent or two. Warmth was survival, and sleep was a shared thing. They laid on straw, atop benches, or beside the hearthstone where the last coals glowed. But not alone. No, rarely alone. The Vikings were not fond of loneliness, especially in the stillness of night. There were no alarm clocks, only the roosters or the fading stars above. Did you know, dear, they didn't all sleep at once? No, some watched the fire, others rotated through short sleeps, especially in winter months, for fear of wolves, spirits, or snow creeping into the cracks, and if someone was caught snoring too loudly, they would sometimes be gently nudged with a birch branch, not to wake them fully, just to quiet them so others might continue drifting in the soft silence. In the warmer months, they slept with windows, small ones, cracked open, not for breeze, but to let the spirits out. They believed dreams could trap inside the home if the air did not circulate, so they let them go free like dandelion seeds. Even more strange, the Vikings believed dreams were messages from the gods. Before sleep, many would whisper prayers to the sky, not loud, just murmurs, asking to see their ancestors, or signs of the sea. A dream could guide a journey. A dream could choose a bride. A dream could even warn of betrayal. Now imagine that, dear. You, curled under sheepskin, cold air on your nose, the fire crackling faintly. You hear your brother's breath, your mother's hum, and then nothing. Just silence. Soft, ancient, complete linens. And it is in that silence that the Vikings would fall asleep. Some even slept sitting up, especially the elders, for comfort, perhaps, or because they believed the upright position was closer to the gods, sitting near the fire, cloaked in wool, head resting on the chest, dreaming with eyes fluttering gently. And oh, my sweet listener, their dreams were nothing like ours. Their sleep was heavy, purposeful, full of meaning. They did not rush into bed. No, the process was slow. The evening was a ritual. First, oil was poured into small carved lamps, a calm glow. Then they chewed birch resin to clean their teeth. Then they told tales, quiet ones, often of the gods, or legends, or simply the day's events. And only then did sleep come. My dear intelligent friend, are your eyes beginning to close now? Are you still with me, or gently slipping into that quiet Viking dreamland? Please do tell me in the comments, what city are you from, and what time is it by the little clock near your pillow? I'd be so glad to know, and to think of you peacefully sleeping across the world. And as strange as it sounds, some Vikings trained themselves to sleep in shifts, 2 hours on, 2 off, like the tides, like the moon. Especially on long sea voyages, where rest came in small precious pieces, sleeping while the ship rocked, the sea beneath, the stars above. A soft snore, a soft splash, the cradle of the ocean. When a Viking died, their sleep never truly ended. They were buried with their weapons, with their blankets, and sometimes even with a small pillow made of moss, as if to say, "Rest well, warrior. Sleep on." Isn't that a calming thought? That sleep to the Vikings was both a beginning and an end. Their lullabies, few have survived. But we know they sang to children in low, slow tones, about foxes and trees and the snow, songs to keep the dark away. Soft old words, whispered, like this story now. So I ask again, gently, dearly, what time is it by your clock now? Are you still awake, or have your eyes fluttered closed? Wherever you are, know that you are safe, warm, heard, that even now in the soft hush of your room, Viking stories float like feathers over your dreams. If you enjoy these soft wanderings through ancient time, won't you let me know? Just comment with your city and local time. I truly would be honoured to read it. Dim the lights now if you haven't already. Turn the screen from your eyes. Let the voice fade into the background, like the firelight in a Viking hall, low and glowing, as sleep deep and kind settles over you. Good night, dear listener. Sleep well. In a land where the wind whispered across endless meadows, and old stone castles stood like weary giants half asleep under clouds, there existed a strange and solemn tradition, the medieval duel. A quiet, slow matter. Not as one would imagine, with clanging swords and roaring crowds, but rather with long pauses, curious rituals, and often more waiting than actual fighting. These duels, dear listener, were not merely contests of strength, but strange dances, of pride and legal procedure, born from a time when truth was believed to lie hidden inside the bruises and silence of men. The morning of a duel was not stormy, not loud. It was as many mornings in the 1300s were, grey, slow, and wet with dew. The knights, if you could call them that, were often more farmers than warriors, called upon by some grievance. A stolen chicken, a boundary moved, or perhaps someone had dared suggest another man's wife once smiled a bit too long at a market stall. They would rise early, but not too early, no rush. Breakfast, usually a small crust of bread soaked in ale or onion broth, would be taken in silence with the occasional cough or creak of a wooden spoon. Then a long and dull walk to the field. No cheering crowds, no banners, only mud, a lot of mud. My dearest darling listener, my brilliant, kind, lovely, sleepy, thoughtful, sweet, beautiful genius soul. Before I go on, may I ask, where do you live? What city do you quietly rest in tonight? And what time is it by the clock near your bed? I'd truly love to know. Leave me a comment below with your location and the time on your home clock. It brings me quiet joy to imagine all the calm places where you might be drifting off right now. Dim the lights, snuggle in. We continue. Now, back to the field. Once there, the two opponents, not always noble, mind you, would stand awkwardly with their seconds. Their seconds were not usually strong warriors either, but cousins or brothers, often more concerned about whether they'd be late for lunch. The weapons? Not so grand. Swords were rare. Most brought wooden clubs or spiked farming tools. You see, metal was expensive and proper swords were for kings or very wealthy knights. Some had daggers, others brought whatever was close at hand, to broom handles sharpened into spears, old axe heads tied to sticks with leather straps. But before anything began, there was the waiting and the muttering. The judges, usually village elders or a local baron's clerk with runny eyes and a scribe's ink-stained fingers, would shuffle around the edge of the field whispering to one another about legal rights, land boundaries, and how long they could delay the duel before the weather turned sour. They would take forever. Absolutely forever. Sometimes, dear one, they would argue for hours before allowing a single blow to be struck. And you'd think there would be shouting, but no. The duelists themselves would often just stand there, shifting weight from foot to foot, sighing bored. The villagers watching would murmur softly. Children playing in the background, dogs barking at passing crows. If they did fight, it was slow. One swing, perhaps, a pause, another. Then if someone fell and stayed down, it was over. If both men missed, or became too tired, or began coughing, the judges would call it off, declaring the matter either unresolved or miraculously settled by divine witness. Some duels were never even fought. Yes, truly. Sometimes the very act of showing up, muddy boots, hands trembling, weapon shaking, was enough to satisfy the villagers' sense of justice. People would clap once, just once, and everyone would go home. Others, of course, did end in bruises and broken ribs, but rarely in death, because death was not convenient, you see. It meant digging, burial, church fines, endless questions, and so a medieval duel was mostly mud, mostly waiting, mostly old men arguing, a long day under heavy skies punctuated by silence and the smell of rain on earth. My dear listener, are your eyelids growing heavier now? Is the world around you beginning to blur like fog over an old stone bridge? Pause for a moment, take a breath, a soft, quiet breath, and let me know in the comments. If you genuinely enjoy what I do here, the calm history, the sleepy old stories, leave me a comment with your city and the time on the clock near your bed. I'd truly love to know where in the world you are, slowly drifting off like a feather settling on a dusty medieval windowsill. Now let us return once more to a world of forgotten time. In the quiet folds of time, long before the first pen ever scribbled a word, before iron met flame, before roads or kingdoms or kings, there lived women not unlike you or I, though perhaps with less linen and fewer choices in herbal tea. They rose not by alarm clocks, but by the whisper of dawnlight peeking through the mossy mouth of a cave. Their names are lost, their voices are gone, Their footsteps vanished like the early fog. And yet, I wonder, have you ever asked yourself, what truly did cave women do? All day? Very soft pause, as if whispering into candlelight. Well now, my dear, perhaps, if you're still awake, we may explore that together slowly. Not too fast, there's no rush here, you're safe, you're warm. The world is paused outside your window. This is your time to drift. Let us begin. But first, my dear, intelligent, beautiful, smart, genius person, may I ask you something gentle? Where are you listening from? What city do you live in? And if it's not too much trouble, what time does your bedroom clock say right now? Drop me a comment if you feel like it. It would truly warm my vintage soul. I'd love to know which part of this sleepy earth you're resting your eyes in tonight. All right, now dim the lights, let the phone rest beside you, and allow your thoughts to float like a leaf on a still pond. What did cave women do all day? And much more. Let us go back. Way, way back. Not just 100 years, not even 1,000. Let us wander softly through the mists of 33,000 years ago, somewhere deep in what we now call Europe, perhaps near a quiet cliff above a cold river. The fire is already burning. Its smoke curls up into the stone ceiling, where faint etchings of deer and strange symbols glow in the flicker. A woman wakes. She does not stretch the way we do. There is no mattress here, no cotton pillow. Her bedding is animal hide. Her hair smells of wood smoke. She wakes not to the sound of a kettle, but to the crackling of firewood and the slight snoring of the others nearby. Her name is unknown to us, but I like to think, perhaps, her people called her Aru. Now Aru is not idle. No, cave women were never idle, but they were not warriors either. They were quiet stewards of early life. They observed, they mended, they noticed the smallest changes in the wind. And so, as the men may have prepared to track wild goats through snow-laced hills, Aru was already busy before the frost lifted. She gathered things, she listened to stories, for they told stories even then, though not in the words we use now. She watched the children, not just hers, but all of them. She scraped hides with a flint edge, humming something with no tune. She knew herbs that eased the belly. She knew which rock held water after a storm. And yes, perhaps she flirted a little with the man who brought back the cleanest fish, but only when he wasn't watching. They had no clocks, no screens, no hurried texts, just the steady rhythm of the earth's own heart. They painted with clay. They danced when no one was looking, and when a child cried, it was always a woman who answered. Soft pause, almost like a sigh, before continuing. Now, dear listener, are you still with me? Or perhaps you're already halfway between here and a dream. Wherever you are, if you're still awake, just gently let me know. Where in this wide old world are you tonight? What time is it on your cosy little bedside clock? Tell me in the comments. I read them with a soft candle nearby and a warm cup of chamomile in my hand. And now, onward, a day in the life of a forgotten woman. Did you know that cave women may have been the first astronomers? Yes, some bones, carved, marked, spaced just so, suggest that these ancient women tracked the moon. Not just because it was beautiful, but because it told them things. When to expect a child, when the berries would return, when the rains would come. There is a bone from the Dordogne region, worn, marked with 28 tiny notches. Some say it was a calendar, others say it was just decoration, but I believe it was made by a woman. She counted the days, carefully, silently, while others slept. She watched the sky and knew when to stop gathering and start preparing. She wasn't just surviving, she was noticing. Whisper soft pause fading gently. And you, my sweet listener, are you noticing how slow the world feels right now? It's just us and the story and your soft blanket and maybe a faint breeze from the window. No one needs anything from you, not right now, so close your eyes if they haven't already. There's still more to tell. In the gentle hush of a quiet English countryside, sometime during the soft, candle-lit twilight of the 1800s, there lived a noble woman named Lady Evangeline Rosemore, whose story was seldom told and even less often remembered, not because it lacked depth or drama, but because it unfolded slowly, like the lazy trail of chimney smoke rising into an overcast sky above a greystone manor draped in ivy. Her story begins in a season that felt neither spring nor summer, when the air was cool enough to wear lace gloves in the garden, yet warm enough for the bees to hum lazily between the wisteria blossom. Lady Evangeline was born to the Earl and Countess of Rosemore, an old family whose name echoed through the halls of English peerage, though their estate stood in dignified decay, much like the velvet chairs in the drawing-room that nobody sat in anymore. Her life was carefully arranged by those around her. Maze brushed her hair precisely 100 strokes before supper. Her governess taught her French verbs and Italian sonnets, and her meals arrived on time, lukewarm and unseasoned, as if to match the bland predictability of her future. She was promised, quietly, matter-of-factly, as if announcing the weather forecast to Lord Hastings, a man of sturdy shoes and even sturdier silences. No one asked her if she loved him. No one wondered if she'd rather keep reading her worn-out book of birds instead of sewing initials into linen bedsheets. She was to marry him on a Thursday in late September, when the trees would start to yellow and the housemaids would shake out woolen blankets for the long winter to come. My dearest, intelligent, beautiful, smart and genius person, before we go deeper into Evangeline's sleepy little story, tell me, where in this big wide world do you live? What city do you call home? And what time does your bedroom clock say right now? Is it past midnight, or perhaps just after tea? I'd be so delighted if you'd leave a comment and share your location and local time. Just imagine me whispering that in this calm, quiet room, your window open a crack to the night, and your eyes slowly closing. Now, back to Evangeline. She never shouted, never cried in public, never tore at her corset in defiance. Her rebellion was a still one, a slow rebellion, like fog creeping in from the moor. On the eve of her engagement's formal announcement, she sat quietly in the rosewood parlour, her fingers smoothing the hem of her cream muslin dress as she stared at the wallpaper, the faded pattern of green leaves that curled like sleeping kittens. The wind outside hummed through the hedgerows and nudged the lace curtain beside her face. It was then that she realised, perhaps quite without drama, that she would not marry Hastings, not because he was cruel or coarse, but because she simply did not want to live a life that was already stitched closed like a velvet drapery in the drawing-room. The next morning she rose before the household, the fire in the hearth still cold and the sky outside a sleepy blue-grey. She packed a small bag, one novel, one shawl and one handkerchief embroidered by her late mother, and slipped out of the servants' corridor like a ghost. She walked, not quickly but seemed steadily, past the stables where the horses nickered softly, past the field gate where the stone wall leaned tiredly under the weight of time, and on toward the small village of Denshire, where no one would recognise her face beneath her travel bonnet. If you're still with me, dear gentle listener, and the story hasn't rocked you to sleep just yet, tell me, what's the weather like outside your window? Is it raining softly, or perhaps just quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you forget you're even awake? In Denshire, she rented a room from a baker's widow who smelled of flour and always spoke in half sentences. "You'll be wanting tea," the woman would say, handing her a chipped cup before finishing the thought. Evangeline told no one her real name. She introduced herself as Miss Clara Wells, a teacher of poetry, which wasn't quite true and wasn't quite false. The days passed like folded linens, clean, uneventful, soft-edged. She walked often to the town's small stream, watched birds, collected pressed flowers, and mailed letters to no one. She bought a pair of spectacles she didn't need, wore plain dresses, and learned to cook potatoes 3 ways. Her life, for the first time, was slow on her own terms. No one demanded she host tea or perform the pianoforte. Her hands grew calloused, her eyes softer. And you, lovely soul, are you tucked into your blanket just right? Is your pillow cool against your cheek? If you've dimmed your lights and shut your eyes, let your thoughts drift alongside Lady Evangeline's slow walk through the fields, each step a lullaby in the earth. One day, several months into her quiet life, a letter arrived. It bore no seal, no return address, only her real name, Lady Evangeline Rosemore, scrawled faintly on the front in grey pencil. The paper was thin. It smelled faintly of pipe tobacco and thyme. It said only, "You were right to go. May you stay free, R." She never discovered who R was. Perhaps a cousin, perhaps a footman, perhaps Hastings himself, but it didn't matter. She placed the letter inside her old bird book and never spoke of it again. Years passed. The world changed its shape slowly around her. Bicycles came, then rail cars, then photographs. Evangeline grew older. Her hair turned silver, and her dresses darker, and her tea stronger. But her mornings always began the same way, bare feet on cold floorboards, the kettle whistling softly, and the feeling of having saved her own life once, long ago. And now, my brilliant dreamer, if your eyelids are growing heavy and your breath slower, let this story slip into your dreams like a silk ribbon sliding into a drawer. If you genuinely enjoy what I do here, these soft, sleepy tales whispered through time, do drop a comment below with your location and your local time from the clock in your bedroom. I'd love to know where in the world you're drifting off from tonight. Dim the lights, and let the night cradle you gently. Let the memory of Lady Evangeline, walking slowly down a foggy lane in 1800s England, keep you company as you rest. You are safe, you are loved, you are free to sleep now. Good night. It was long ago, in a time far removed from the rush and unrest of modern life, when the earth still whispered its secrets through the dust and the skies lingered quietly above the sun-baked rooftops of Nineveh. The days there passed not with the clang of metal nor the blink of screens, but with the soft crunch of bread under teeth, the rustling of linen robes through narrow lanes, and the scent of flour wafting softly through sleepy morning air. Among the simple dwellers of that vast Assyrian city, where kings once thundered in golden chariots and scribes etched history into clay, there lived a man who was neither warrior nor noble, but a humble baker known only as Eshubar. His fingers were thick from kneading, his tunic always dusted white with grain, and his shop no wider than the shadow of the ziggurat that loomed in the distance. And yet, without drawing sword nor pen, Eshubar would one day tilt the weight of an empire through nothing more than a loaf of bread, baked quietly, faithfully, and with peculiar care. But before we wander deeper into this gently turning tale, before the ovens are lit and the fate of kings is folded into warm crust, I ask you, my dearest, kindest, most intelligent and quietly brilliant listener, where are you listening from tonight? Is your room dark, and does the gentle hush of your world sound like mine? What time is it now on the small clock by your bedside? Do drop me a comment if your eyes are still open, and share with me your city and the hour. Perhaps it is late in Liverpool, or just past tea in Kentucky. Wherever you may be, it would be a kindness to know, if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, if this slow unravelling of forgotten footsteps calms your mind, leave me a comment with your location and the time on your home clock. I'd love to know where you are. Drifting off now? Dim the lights. It is often the way in history, my dear, that the names remembered in tablets and scrolls belong to warriors, kings, or cunning ministers who bent nations to their wills. But behind the clang of armour and the rise of marble palaces, there always exists someone small, unnoticed, humming gently through their days, whose quiet acts ripple gently outward like sleep spreading on a calm pond at dusk. Eshubar, the baker of Nineveh, was one such man, and his world, like yours perhaps, moved slowly, sunlight drifting in over the domed roofs, merchants calling in tired tones, the scent of spiced oil, honeyed dates, and ground barley mixing in the dry air. His shop, if one could even call it such, was nestled beneath a faded red awning, patched in places with goat hide, the corners flapping slightly whenever the desert winds decided to pass. Eshubar lived above his ovens, in a single narrow room with a wooden cot, one clay lantern, and a small reed mat on which he would sit and read from crumbling scrolls, poems left by his grandfather, or lists of grain weights he never quite understood but liked to ponder anyway. The clinking of ceramic jars, the warm creak of his bread paddle, the sigh of the fire. It was a rhythm he had kept for over 30 years, and still each dawn he rose before the sun, grinding the wheat with hands that moved with the same care a mother uses when folding a child's blanket. The empire outside his walls groaned under politics and plagues, but Eshubar's fingers concerned themselves with dough, soft, salted, scored in patterns known only to him and to the pigeons who watched him from the roof. One morning, when the river mist still sat gently over the city, a boy came running. A boy from the palace kitchens, cheeks flush with breathlessness and fingers stained with dates. He had been sent, he said, by the chief steward for Eshubar's flatbread. Not just any flatbread, mind you, but the one the baker brushed lightly with pressed fig oil and tiny seeds found only in the southern valleys, which he toasted over coal and cooled with cloth. "For Her Majesty," the boy whispered. "The Queen has not eaten in 3 days, and she asks for something plain, but warm." That was how it began, not with a war trumpet or a royal seal, but with a queen in quiet sorrow, and a loaf of bread baked by someone who never imagined a crown would ever touch his work. He said nothing, simply nodded, turned back to his ovens, and prepared it just as he always had, measured with memory, folded like a prayer. Word came 3 days later. Her Majesty had smiled again. Not publicly, of course. She had simply asked the steward if he could fetch more of that sleep-soft bread, as she now called it. The steward, a tall man known for harsh scolding and precise footwear, did not smile much, but even he admitted, "There's something in it, something calming." And so began a quiet pattern. Eshubar's bread arriving at the palace under cover of dawn, not for banquets or feasts, but for the Queen's private table, taken with water and a single fig. No one in the capital suspected that an old baker, with sun-browned skin and slow hands, had found his way to the heart of the empire. And Eshubar, ever humble, continued as he always had, repairing the oven door when it jammed, drying the linen in the courtyard, feeding the cats that visited at dusk. He never asked questions, though he did once wonder aloud to the pigeons whether queens really liked the crust or just the soft centre. He did not know, of course, that the Queen's moods had long determined the pulse of court decisions, that when she slept well, she spoke gently to the king, and when she dined peacefully, she steered his thoughts away from war. And so, unknowingly, Eshubar's sleep-soft bread became the cushion beneath policies. The gentle loaf that quieted unrest, and the taste the Queen trusted when her world felt like it might crack. But dearest listener, I wonder now, where do you find yourself tonight? What place do you call home? Are you resting in the soft hush of Boston or beneath rainy skies in Canterbury? What time is it now in your quiet space? Look over, if you like, at the clock near your bed. Are the hands slow, the numbers kind? Tell me in the comments, if you will, your city and the time when sleep is arriving. I'd love to know where you're drifting off. Now dim the lights, but our tale hasn't quite settled yet, has it? Not while the fire still flickers and Nineveh's streets turn slowly in memory. The Queen, whose name was Ashuna, had suffered deeply in silence, the death of a child, a winter illness that left her weak, and political gossip that wore on her with more weight than any crown ever could. Physicians offered roots, astrologers offered stars, but none of it touched the ache inside her like that warm bread from the little shop near the south wall. One night, during a feast filled with laughter she could not feel, she left her seat and wandered silently from the palace, veiled and unannounced, through alleyways she hadn't seen since girlhood. She followed the scent, and there, under a flickering lantern, Eshubar looked up from his work and paused. He didn't know her face, not fully, and he did not bow. He simply asked, "Would you like yours warm or rested?" She smiled. "Warm," she said, and so he served her. And she ate it, sitting on a bench of woven reeds, as cats watched and the fire hissed gently behind them. Nothing more was said that night, though something quiet passed between them. Two people weary from different weights, sharing a silence that no palace ever allowed. From that night on, it was known, never spoken aloud but gently understood, that decisions would not be made in court until the Queen had first tasted her morning bread, and in time even the king himself, a man too proud to show weakness, began to ask for the baker's loaf. No one dared question it. The baker never bragged, but somehow fewer wars were fought in those years. More grain was given to the poor, and a certain calm drifted through the empire, like the scent of barley in the morning. My dear listener, yes, you, the quietly brilliant, thoughtful one with a gentle heart and perhaps a clock that now reads past 11, how strange and beautiful that a man who worked in shadows, who spoke little and asked for nothing, changed the tempo of an empire, not through power, nor gold, nor force, but through stillness, through bread. Perhaps your own world tonight is filled with sounds and screens and thoughts too fast to hold, but remember Eshubar, and let yourself slow, like dough rising, in a warm room. Close your eyes if you haven't yet. Let your breath soften. The world can wait. And if you're still here, my friend, please do leave a comment. Tell me your city, the time on your bedroom clock, and whether you're drifting yet. I would be honoured to know. Tonight, my dear listener, close your eyes, let the day fade quietly into memory, and take a step not forward but backwards in time. Let your breath slow, your body sink into the mattress, and your thoughts drift like ancient sails across forgotten waters. The candlelight flickers low, your room a calm harbour. The winds outside your window hum softly, and you are safe, very safe. And now, with a voice no louder than a whisper, we sail toward the shores of ancient sand and broken stone. We go to the time of Alexander the Great, but not to his conquests, not his glory nor his fire. No, we go to his ship, the one that was lost, the one that never came back, the one that drifted quietly away long after the man himself had vanished into the dust of the past. My dear, gentle, brilliant, intelligent soul. Yes, you. Tell me, where are you listening from tonight? Which city do you call home? What hour does your bedroom clock say now? Would you be kind and write it below in the comments? It would mean so much to me. If you genuinely enjoy what I do here, drop a comment with your location and local time. I'd truly love to know where in the world you're drifting off from. Now, dim the lights. Let history become a lullaby, and let the silence of time rock you gently into sleep. It began after the dust of Babylon settled. Alexander, the young king from Macedonia, had stretched his empire like no one had before, from Greece to India, from Egypt to the mountains of the Caucasus. He had marched through deserts, crossed impossible rivers, and built cities that bore his name. But when he died, only 32, the world trembled. Yet what no one speaks of is his ship. It was not a warship, it did not carry gold, it did not bear soldiers, nor maps of conquest. It was a private vessel, said to have been built for one quiet purpose, to disappear. Some say Alexander had planned his escape, that he feared the empires he had built, the men he had trusted. Others whisper it was not Alexander who died in Babylon, but a decoy, a man who looked like him, who drank the poisoned wine meant to silence the king forever. And the real Alexander? He boarded a ship with no name on a river with no witnesses, and sailed into history's silence. The vessel was carved of Lebanese cedar, pale as bone. Its sails were stitched with golden thread, symbols of stars and dragons lost to all but the night sky. The ship, they said, glided silently, as if it had no weight, no anchor to the world. It was last seen heading south, past the mouths of the Tigris and Euphrates, into the Persian Gulf, and from there into the open sea. And then nothing, no wreck, no journal, no trace, not even a whisper from the waves. For centuries it became a sailor's legend, told only when the waters were still and the stars burned cold. The ship that took Alexander home. But to where and why? Was he escaping the burden of a crown? Had he found a secret land? Or did he simply vanish, like so many dreams too large for this world? Dear listener, I do not know, but I can tell you what was found long after. And perhaps that's where our story truly begins. In the year 1803, a British merchant vessel named the Thistle was caught in a lazy storm off the coast of modern-day Oman. The waves were not fierce, only forgetful, the kind of sea where time bends and memory softens. As the fog rolled in, the captain spotted something peculiar on the horizon. A mast, too tall, a sail, too thin, and a ship that did not belong. It moved not forward, but in a wide circular drift, as though trapped in a dream it could not escape. The crew, thinking it a ghost ship, hesitated, but curiosity, as always, overcame fear. They approached, and what they saw, dear soul, chilled. The ship bore no flag. Its wood was pale as though bleached by centuries. The nails holding it together were not of iron, but of bronze. Carvings along the hull matched no known tongue. The sails hung still, though the wind blew strong. And beneath the deck, silence. No bodies, no crew, only dust, and a single artifact resting in a glass case untouched by time, a ring made of gold and ivory, with the symbol of a lion swallowing the sun, the same seal that once adorned Alexander's personal sword. The crew took nothing. They sailed away, slowly, and did not look back. For weeks, no one spoke of what they'd seen, but the tale made its way to London, where scholars dismissed it as fantasy, too convenient, too romantic, too quiet, and so it was forgotten, lost, like the ship, like the man, like so many truths buried beneath the tides of time. And yet, every decade or so, fishermen off the Arabian coast claim to see it, a pale vessel, with golden sails, moving not with the sea, but through it, as if it remembers where it came from, as if it is still searching, for its captain, for its king, for the home it never reached. And maybe, just maybe, it waits still, in the fog, in the calmest waters of night, to tell its story to someone like you. Now breathe deep, my lovely listener. Let the hum of the past lull you softly. Close your eyes and remember, not every mystery is meant to be solved. Some are meant to be slept beside, like ancient ships rocking gently in the harbours of our dreams. Good night, my dear beautiful listener. Sleep well, wherever your ship drifts tonight. And if you're still awake, tell me where you're from, and what your bedroom clock says now. I'll be listening. A vintage sleep story told in whispered dust and forgotten time. Good evening, my dear, intelligent, beautiful, smart, genius person. Where are you living tonight? Which city do you call home? And tell me, if you would be so kind, what time is it on the old clock near your bed? Please let me know in the comments below. It would be my greatest honour, because this evening we step into a story so slow, so old, so quiet you might fall asleep before the story even begins. There are no battles here, no thunder, only soft steps in stone corridors, ink faded on brittle parchment, and voices that echo faintly, like dreams you almost remember. And now, let us dim the light in your mind, and gently open the heavy wooden door of history. Let us begin long ago, in a time when even calendars had fewer numbers and clocks were more often made of shadows than brass. There stood a quiet temple atop the rocky slopes of Mount Parnassus. The sun, though bright and unbothered, would rise each morning to kiss the soft marble stones of Delphi, a city long lost to ordinary memory. Here, where olive trees grew as crooked as old men's backs, and the air tasted faintly of time and ancient questions, there lived a woman whose words outlived her voice. She was known to the world as the Pythia, but we call her, more simply, the Oracle. Many have spoken of her, but few have heard her speak. Even fewer knew she wrote. Yes, tucked beneath the bronze floor of the Adyton, that sacred chamber where the oracle would breathe sweet vapours and answer kings with riddles, there was, hidden away behind a loose slab of stone, a diary. Not a grand scroll, not a golden book, just a quiet little bundle of parchment bound in lambskin, weathered at the corners and tied shut with a faded violet ribbon. No one knew it existed, not the priests who tended the temple, not the philosophers who waited in long robes to hear the will of Apollo, not the generals who came from Athens and Sparta and Thebes desperate for answers, but it was there, and tonight, as you rest your eyes, I will read to you from its invisible pages. The diary begins on what might have been a Tuesday, but time in Delphi was a guest no one fully trusted. The doves are quieter today, she wrote, in a careful, practised hand. Perhaps they too are tired of the questions. A Spartan warlord came this morning with bronze sandals and blood on his knuckles. He asked if the gods would favour him in battle. I told him what the vapours whispered, but I think it was just the wind. She did not write for others. She wrote, it seems, for the silence. No one asks how I sleep, she writes again, many pages later. They ask about the will of Apollo, about the price of wheat in Thessaly, about which prince shall marry which princess, about war and taxes and omens, but no one asks what I dream. Can you imagine her there, wrapped in white linen, her head resting on a pillow, stuffed with laurel leaves, eyes fluttering shut just as the moon slips behind the mountain's edge? Her dreams were not of war, not of kings. She dreamt of soft things, of bread left too long by the fire, of birds nesting in the folds of her robe, of laughter that came not from her mouth, but from a place she had forgotten. Outside the temple, time moved like a tired mule, slow but stubborn. Seasons changed like distant relatives arriving unannounced. The fig trees dropped their fruit, the wind shifted, and still, the oracle wrote, "A boy came today," she notes, faintly amused. He asked if the gods could tell him where his mother had hidden the olives. He couldn't have been more than 9. He smelled of pine and old sandals. I told him to check beneath the stone step behind his home. He returned an hour later, eyes wide with delight. The olives were there. He said, "You must truly be blessed." I told him, "Perhaps your mother and I simply think alike." Even the mighty oracle knew how to smile, but this is not a tale of prophecy. No, my dear listener, this is a story meant only to carry you gently toward rest. Let us return to the diary. There is a crack in the northern wall, she writes, just wide enough to let in the scent of the sea. When I feel heavy with the weight of men's hopes, I sit beside it and let the breeze carry my breath away. I pretend that I am not Pythia. I am just a woman watching clouds. And isn't that enough? To be just a woman, or just a man, not a hero or a symbol or a servant of the divine, but simply human, sitting by a crack in a temple wall, listening to the wind whisper secrets not even the gods understand. Many years passed, or maybe just weeks. In the diary, time folds like soft cloth. There is an entry written in a slow, shaky script. Today, I could not find the words. The vapours were thick. The world spun. I told a Corinthian merchant that Apollo had no answer for him today. He looked at me as if I were broken. I fear I am. She was growing old, or maybe just tired. Even voices chosen by the divine must rest. I dreamed last night of the sea, she continues, but it was not blue. It was grey, like ash. I stood on its shore with no name, and my feet sank into sand that remembered too much. A woman stood beside me. She looked like me, but her eyes were full of sleep. She whispered, "It is time." And perhaps it was. Now, listen closely, dear one. We are nearly at the part of the diary that was never finished. The ink fades, the pages thin. But one final entry remains, written in a corner of parchment so worn it crumbles at the touch. If someone finds this centuries from now, I hope they are not seeking prophecy. I hope they are not here for signs. I hope they are here because they needed to hear a voice, just one, in the quiet, to remind them they are not alone. And with that, my dear friend, the diary ends. The Oracle of Delphi, whose words shaped empires and ended wars, left us not with thunder, but with quiet, not with prophecy, but with presence. She wanted only to be remembered by someone, anyone, like you. And now that you've heard her voice, through time and dust and silence, you can close your eyes, knowing that even in the oldest stories, even in the quietest history, there is a heartbeat, and it matches yours. Good night, my dear sweet listener. Sleep gently, and may the breeze of Delphi keep your dreams soft and slow.
Tonight, we drift, not through dreams of kings and conquests, not through the usual noise of great men and louder victories, but instead into the quiet folds of a history almost no one remembers. A boring history, a true story softened by dust, forgotten by time, and folded like old linen inside a drawer that creaks once every 20 years. There was a boy once, not a prince, not a warrior, not even a merchant's son, just a boy, nameless, shoeless, quiet. They called him Iosif, but nobody ever really said it. In 1802, on the edge of a forgotten Greek island, where the sea slapped lazily against the stone and goats outnumbered people, Iosif's life began in silence. His parents died of fever. No one noticed. An old woman down the street, who only owned one eye and a goose, took him in. She didn't talk much. The goose talked more. And that's how Iosif learned, by listening to silence. Years passed like wind in a stone hallway, soft, unannounced, and a little cold. Iosif didn't grow like the others. He didn't chase cats or throw rocks or shout into the olive groves. He stared at trees, counted the way waves returned to the beach. He once watched a turtle move across the road for 3 hours, never blinking. Not once. Not because he loved turtles, though he might have, but because he wanted to know why something so slow kept moving. He never asked for food. He never cried. And when the woman with the goose died, Iosif simply sat at her door until a neighbor found him, shrugged, and handed him to a traveling tanner named Miklos. Miklos didn't care much for children, but Iosif didn't speak. And Miklos liked that. They traveled by donkey from one crumbling port town to the next. Iosif carried tools, ate bread when given, slept in the same coat every night. But quietly, unseen, his mind gathered dust the way old books do in monasteries. By the time he turned 14, Iosif knew how to repair leather, how to tie knots the sailors respected, and how to predict storms better than fishermen twice his age. But none of that impressed him. He was searching for something else. Something slower. Something deeper. In Smyrna, an Ottoman city buzzing with stories, Iosif found a scrap of parchment stuck to the leg of a pigeon in the market. Strange? Maybe. Important? Definitely not. It was a quote, poorly written in Latin, faded and watermarked. He who speaks least sees most. Iosif carried it like treasure, like warmth, like the only truth he'd ever heard that felt like it belonged to him. He became obsessed with silence, not just in sound, but in life. While others bragged and bargained, he listened. While others planned, he watched. When he spoke, which was rare, it was like a crack in the stone, unexpected and strangely deep. In 1810, Miklos died. The donkey wandered off. Iosif didn't cry. He just walked inland. And he didn't stop walking. People say he crossed entire regions of Greece barefoot. But nobody knows. He never explained. And that's where the boredom of the story begins to ripple into something else. In a town near Mount Olympus, a visiting German scholar was giving a dull, droning lecture on Aristotle. The locals sat out of politeness, nodding, pretending to care. But at the back, dusty and quiet, stood Iosif. At the end, he raised one hand. No one noticed until he spoke. In broken, careful Greek, he asked the old man something no one else had ever thought to ask. If Aristotle says we become just by doing just acts, then how does a child orphaned by injustice ever become whole? The room fell asleep in its own silence. The German, Halutzer, didn't answer. Instead he asked, "Who taught you philosophy?" Iosif shrugged. "No one. Only the wind." That's how it began. Not a revolution. Not a headline. Not a book deal. Just a whisper. Halutzer took him to Vienna, sponsored him under a false name. And for decades, Iosif the Silent became a ghostly figure in European circles of thought. He wrote nothing. He spoke only during winter, and never to more than 5 people at a time. They said he once lectured for 6 hours using only one question. What if truth is the quietest sound in the room? And then he left. No records, no books, no gravesite, just stories, and an old scrap of parchment, now framed in a library no one visits, in a corridor that smells like wool and pipe smoke. It reads, "He who speaks least sees most." And somewhere between the folds of time and the corners of boredom, Iosif still walks. Or maybe he never did. Maybe he was a myth. Or maybe, just maybe, he was real. And history simply forgot to shout his name.